Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Radhe.
Krishna Krishna. Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam.
Shri Krishna Janamashtami ki
Jai.
Shri Krishna Kanhaiya Lal ki Jai. Srila Gurudev ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Gauriya Guru Varga ki Jai. Patin Pavana Shri Nityananda Prabhu ki Jai. Prem Purushottam Shri Sachinandana Gaura Hari ki Jai. Radha Vino Bihari Ju ki Jai. Radha Vino Ju ki Jai. Shalagrams and the Cucumber ki Jai. Shri Krishna Janamashtami ki
Jai.
Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki
Jai.
Hare Krishna
Mahamantra Jai.
Nitai Gaura Premanande
Hari Hari Bo. Dandavat Pranam, beautiful Vaishnavas. Swagatam, Swagatam, Suswagatam. Okay, now Kishori's going to put you in your place.
Jai. So, basically, the baby is there surrounded by all of his friends and his sweets, because that's how he is. And then, of course, we've got Radha Vina Vihari Mahaprabhu. The room is very fragrant right now. Kadamba, rose, lotus, champak, and jasmines, and yeah, it is like wow.
What else?
I'm just gonna attach this 1 second. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay.
Right, let's see if I can see everyone. There we
Just
go.
make sure this is good.
Okay, Dandavat Pranam, Radhe Radhe, Yash Jay, Narayan Ashram, Bruce Izzy, Sonam.
Radhe Radhe.
Did I say Yash Jay?
You did.
Radhe Radhe.
You know, the baby on his platform, he looks like he's part of a birthday cake.
He wanted this, I think. I don't know. We had to give him his sweets. It's his
1 second.
birthday.
I'm just adjusting here. All right.
Happy Janmashtami, please forgive us. We are drinking water today. And I'm taking an allergy pill. All the flowers make us a little allergic.
Yes. Okay. Oh, they can't see the lotus garland. 1 second.
It's okay.
Okay, there. It's there.
There's a lotus garland.
Yes. Okay. Dandavat Pranam.
So let's see, are we both in?
Yeah. I think. Oh, this one. Can you see?
Yeah.
Oh, you have that on.
Can you come over?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry guys, we're just trying to...
This is our unprofessional setup. I have to come in a little closer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, I think it's okay.
I'm good?
We don't usually do this.
So if you have that, then I don't need this on.
Okay.
I'll just bring this over. Alright. So we will begin with Mangalacharan. Mangalacharan is the auspicious invocation, calling...
Oh, you need to come over.
Should I just bring the whole thing back?
No, that's good.
The grace, the mercy
The sidelong glances.
of our beloved Srila Gurudev, our beloved Srila Prabhupada, our Gopanu Gauriya Guru Varga, Pati Pavan, Shri Nityananda Prabhu, Prem Purushottam, Shri Sachinandana Gaura Hari, going all the way back
to the original Guru who is Krishna himself.
and his Guru of Prem.
Vrishabhanu Nandini Srimati Radha Thakurani.
As Krishna states, and you can find it in Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita,
Radhikar Prema Guru Ami Shishanata.
Radhika is my Guru of Prem.
And I am simply her dancing pupil.
She
She makes me dance various novel dances according to her
tune.
tune.
So, you can find Mangalacharan on page 1 of this beautiful bhajan treasure trove, Sri Gaudiya Giti Gucha, starting with
Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam.
And we will be going for at least the next 6 hours. So, because at midnight, that is when Krishna is said to have manifested his... Actually, no, taken birth in Vrindavan and manifested simultaneously in Mathura. So, at midnight...
We're going to do an arti. I'll bathe Shalagram, but just out of view, because they're going to take birth from a cucumber.
This is recommended in Shastra. Our Srila Gurudev Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj also had this done. So within that cucumber that is with the blue bow ties right in front of Radha Vino Bihari and Sachinandan Gaurahari, there are some surprises inside.
Thakurji is going to be, it signifies the womb of Mother Yashoda in Shalagram Black, Krishna taking birth from her womb.
Right.
So we'll do that at midnight, and then we'll do Aarti, and then we'll get ready for the next festival, which is Nandotsav, and our Bhaktivedanta Srila Prabhupada's appearance festival as well. So, and Jumana Prasad Charamukhi Devaki Dandavat Pranam.
Radhe Radhe. Krishna Krishna.
This doesn't keep the chat going, so.
Doesn't? The iPhone usually keeps the chat going.
Oh.
Okay. So, we are beginning with Mangalacharan. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnanam Janashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namine Shri Krishna Leela Katane Sudaksham Adarya Madhurya Gunaishcha Yuktam Varam Varinyam Purusham Mahantam Narayanam Tam Shirasam Namami Tridandinam Bhakta Shiromanim Cha Shri Krishna Pada Jititaika Vidhi Chaitanya Leelamrita Sarasaram Narayanam Tam Satatam Prapadye Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Gaura Preshtaya Bhutale Shri Srimad Bhakti Pragyana Keshava Iti Namine Atimatya Charitraya Swashritanam Chapaline Jiva Dukhe Sadartaya Shri Nama Premadayine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Iti Namine Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabhaye Krishna Sambandha Vidyana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jvala Premadhya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virudhapa Siddhanta Dvantaharine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshat Vairabhyamurtaye Vipralamhara Sambodhe Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidanandanamine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Bhumestam Nirdeshta Sajana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jaganathayate Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratrishe Namaha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamani Hari Priye Jayatam Surato Pango Mama Mandam Mate Gati Matsarvasva Padam Bojo Radha Madanamo Hano Divyat Vrindaranya Kalpadrumada Srimad Ratnagara Sinhasanastho Shri Shri Radha Srila Govinda Deva Preshtalabhi Sevyamano Smarami Shrimandra Sarasarambhi Vamshivata Tatasvitaha Karshangenu Svanargopir Gopinatha Shri Estunaha Vrindaye Tulasi Devyai Priyaye Keshavasya Cha Krishna Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavate Namo Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Cheto Darpana Marjanam Bhavamaha Davagni Nirvapanam Shreya Kairava Chandrika Vitaranam Vidyavadhu Jivanam Anandam Buddhivardhanam Pratipadam Purnamrita Shvadanam Sarvatma Snapanam Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam Hare Nama Hare Nama Hare Nameva Kevalam Kalo Nastyeva 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 Gatiranyatha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Dandavat pranam all Vaishnavas.
Dandavat pranam. It doesn't stay on.
No? This one stays on. You want to just use this instead?
Yeah.
This is also yours.
So, Rob Elling,
Raghav,
Prabhu, Rekha Dasi, Champak,
Radhe Radhe.
Jane
Here,
Allison,
just turn yours
Hey,
off. Just
Jayanti.
keep this on.
and who else? Vipin Bhardwaj,
Bharadwaj.
Dandavat pranam, Krishna Das, Amit Dandakar, Radhe Radhe, dear Vaishnavas.
There.
Okay, so I can turn that on.
So now we will call for the mercy of Shri Gurudev. Krishna himself says, Pratamam tu Gurum Pujam, or else everything is just going to be fruitless. So first of all, one should worship Shri Gurudev. Without the mercy of Guru, one cannot attain the shelter or mercy of Krishna. Everything we know about Krishna, we have learned and heard from Gurudev. And even after the attainment of perfection, still the association of Shri Gurudev and such personalities, the pure devotees, is the most essential thing. So calling out to Shri Gurudev, what do you want Gurudev to talk about here?
Damodar Priya. Yeah, Gurudev pick up in video? Or did you want something?
That, yeah, it's fine.
You want me to sing?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koro E Dase by Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur, page
32. Sorry, I was reading what David just wrote.
page-
It's so nice to see all of you again. Even though I don't see you, we see you here, so thank you.
page 32, and our Shri Gaudiya Iti Gucha. We hope that you'll be able to stay with us for at least the next 6 hours.
If you want to go and take a break, I know that Jayanti will need to get up and walk around. You can't sit in one place for 6 hours like us.
Yes, we may need that also, but we will stay. Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koro E Dase Vinapekshayo Tidino Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koro E Dase Sakala Sahare Baladiya Ho Nijamare Srihahino Sakala Sahare Baladiya Ho Nijamare Srihahino Kripa Bindu Diya Koro E Dase Vinapekshayo Tidino Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koro E Dase Vinapekaya Tidino Sakale Saman Korite Shakati Dehonato Jatha Jato Sakale Saman Korite Shakati Dehonato Jatha Jato Atavito Gahibo Hari Namo Sukhe Tabito Gaibo Hari Namo Sukhe Aparado Hare Hato Aparado Hare Hato Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koro E Dase Vinapekshayo Tidino Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koro E Dase Vinapekaya Tidino Okave Heno Kripa Lobhiya E Jana So now we will call for the mercy of the Vaishnavas. O He Vaishnava Thakur. O He Vaishnava Thakur, Dayal Sagar, by Srila Satchidananda Bhaktivedanta Thakur, page
39.
39 in our Sri Gaudiya Gita Gucha. O He Vaishnava Thakur, Doyaro Sagar, Edase Karuna Kori. O He Vaishnava Thakur,
Doyaro Sagar, Edase Karuna Kori.
O He Vaishnava Thakur, Doyaro Sagar, Edase Karuna Kori. Vaishnava Thakur, Jai Vaishnava Thakur, Jai Vaishnava Thakur, Jai Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur,
Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur.
Prabhu Kripa Karo, More Doya Karo, Prabhu Kripa Karo, More Doya Karo, Prabhu Kripa Karo. All Vaishnava Thakur ki
Jai!
Shri Krishna Janamashtami ki
Jai! Hey Joaquin, Shara Krishna,
Radhe Radhe
Radhe Radhe. Lavanga.
Radhe Radhe Krishna Krishna. You want to say something about that?
What would you like me to say about that?
As we were singing this, Krishna se tomar, Krishna dite paro.
You remembered what happened in Fiji?
No.
Oh.
What Sri Maharaj was saying.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay. I thought of that too. There were two things I thought of. So when we began the program, Kishori Mohan Prabhu was saying how we first pray to Guru because without Guru we know nothing. We have nothing. Everything we know about Krishna, even about our own souls, really we only know that from Sri Gurudev, from the Vaishnavas. So he wanted me to tell how when Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, he's a very prominent disciple of Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur, he was explaining that when he first came to the Gaudiya Mat, he came one Janmashtami. Maybe he came a little before that, but when he's explaining this is his explanation. He said, when I first went to the Mat, it was Janmashtami. And all day he was hearing how at midnight, in the hearts of the pure devotees, Krishna, that person, that Aja, meaning
The unborn.
the unborn, will be born in the heart of the pure devotee. He said, all day I kept hearing this, that very Krishna will take birth, will appear in the heart of his own devotees. So he said that in the evening time, he went upstairs, there was like a room upstairs on a roof. And he said he went there, and that is where Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur's room was. So he went and he sat outside, close to his door, and he was meditating. Very soon, Krishna will be born in his heart. And he said, I was sitting there praying that may some of that influence also touch me. When Krishna is born in his heart, I will be sitting right here. And at that time, something of that will touch me. Mm-hmm. So this was his meditation. Not that we think that we're pure devotees or devotees and Krishna is going to appear in our heart, but somehow or other to come close to the hearts of those who truly love Krishna. If we can come close to them, then as Krishna is appearing in their hearts, we can also have some of that influence. That's why we always run where there is Hari Katha. Those personalities like our Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati, all of these amazing Vaishnavas, when they are speaking of Krishna, of Mahaprabhu, of the bhaktas of the Lord, those personalities are appearing there. They're appearing in their hearts. They're seeing their leelas. When that is happening, we're all sitting close. Oh, let some of that mercy also, even one drop, come on my head. Let that influence also touch me. So tonight, as we are going to be telling so many beautiful leelas, so many beautiful kathas, we will be repeating those words of our Gurudev and our Guru Varga. I was thinking today, I read Gopal Champu, something of that, but I read from Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj telling this. And then Gurudev's Gopal Champu, and then I read we've been reading and chanting.
All day
and
yesterday she was listening to lectures of Srila Gurudev speaking on this subject.
And Srila Prabhupada. So just know, even if we're not continuously quoting, because maybe it's all jumbled in there, but we will only be quoting those leelas and those kathas that we've either read or heard from our Guru Varga. So we're trying to come close to their hearts by repeating their words. First we did some Shravanam, and now Kirtanam. We have to give what we've been given. That is...
And Gurudev ordered us, if you don't do it,
you will lose your kirtan.
But if you do it, then your kirtan will...
do everything.
Yes. So, we also plan to speak in between the bhajans. We're not going to just do a full set of bhajans in 1 hour and then 4 hours of straight speaking. Even Srila Gurudev recognized, even though Gurudev was so animated and experiencing and tasting, he recognized that our capacity to appreciate constant Harikatha was way less than 7 days and 7 nights.
When we hear Gurudev's lectures, you constantly hear, all of a sudden Gurudev says, oh, don't sleep. Don't sleep. He says it almost, I can't even tell you how many lectures Gurudev is trying to wake us up, and then immediately he'll say, do one kirtan.
He would use us for that. Like Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande, any kirtan, something to awaken the devotees. So we're going to be singing the bhajans and also dhuni kirtans, like Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai, that's called a dhuni kirtan or a dhun. The names of Krishna and Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and also so many ashtakams today. There are requirements for Sri Krishna Janamashtami that our Srila Gurudev Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj had. Certainly, Namami Nandanandanam, for the pleasure of Srimati Radhika, because if she's pleased, then Krishna will be pleased. But if you want him to be pleased, then you have to sing also Radha Kripa Kataksha Stavaraja.
But if you want both of them to be pleased, what will you sing?
Sakhe Kalaya Gauramudaram. If you want Krishna and Srimati Radhika and all Vaishnavas and Mahaprabhu and Jagannath to be pleased, then Shrita Kamala Kuchamandala Drita Kundala. And also we must sing Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande, because that pleases Srimati Radhika. But then we must sing Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Jaya Jaya.
But also, we can't even go there before first praying to Srila Rupa Goswami, to Nityananda Prabhu, to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We must go in Kram.
Right, so there are going to be a lot of bhajans, a lot of ashtakams, a lot of dhuni kirtans, and a lot of also speaking in between. So for those of you who are waiting for the bhajans to finish so that then you could come for the speaking,
they'll finish after midnight.
It all will kind of culminate in the midnight arti.
Okay.
So now we are going to call out for the mercy of Sri Rupa Goswami. Without Rupa Goswami, who would have known any of this at all? Yam Kali Rupa Sharira Nadharata Tan Vraja Prema Mahani Tiputtarika Kona Kapata Udgharata.
We just celebrated not long ago Srila Rupa Goswami's appearance, and we also had 3 days of the Rupa Goswami conference that our Gurudev began 30 years ago. So we were sitting there and hearing every day the sweet topics of Srila Rupa Goswami and what he gave. Without him, what would we know of Mahaprabhu? What would we know of Vrindavan? So many people come to Vrindavan, but they don't know about Rupa Goswami, about our 6 Goswamis, maybe not even about Mahaprabhu. But without them, we wouldn't know anything.
And they certainly don't know that Krishna took birth in Vrindavan.
They all think he took birth. Well,
even the Pandits in Nandagaon, even the Pandits in Gokul, our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, had all of them everywhere, even the Pandits in Mathura. He's like, I'm sorry, you might be upset by this, but this is the truth as spoken by Bhagavatam. He had all of them holding their ears and promising that they won't say again, especially if they're in Vrindavan, that Krishna took birth in Mathura. He didn't take birth in Mathura. He manifested. He took birth in Vrindavan. I was just before we started this program reading the purport from Srila Prabhupada. Most of us have read Krishna book, but we have not read Prabhupada's verse by verse Srimad Bhagavatam translation in the 10th canto. up until Brahma Vimohan Leela, that's Canto 10, Chapter 14, which is where Prabhupada left off when he went to the next location to continue his preaching. That's what Prabhupada said.
Yes.
It's a perpetual, eternal
Sankirtan.
principle of the spiritual master to save the fallen conditioned soul. So he's moving from one place to the next. So up until that point, those are his purports and his translations. And so what you read in the Krishna book is a summarized, you can say condensed version, and also with commentary, but then you can see it broken down. And in there, in a couple of different places, Srila Prabhupada has also confirmed what our Rupanuga Gaudiya Guru Varga have confirmed, what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has confirmed. And there he's saying, actually, it must be that there are two separate Krishnas. So he's confirming those statements as well. Our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta, Narayan Goswami Maharaj. I remember it was 1996. We went to Gokul Mahavan, and there for half an hour, 40 minutes, the priest, the Pandit, was doing his spiel, collecting donations, and not opening the curtains to give us darshan until he made sure everyone was there, everyone could hear what he's saying, and he was telling the whole history of Krishna taking birth in the jail cell of King Kamsa in Mathura. Right after that, Gurudev called an assembly, not only of those ones, but of all the big pundits, everyone. And they sat down outside of the main temple. And Srila Gurudev held court, and Srila Gurudev completely obliterated, with the proofs coming from Srimad Bhagavatam, all of the misconceptions that so many had. Gurudev didn't tolerate. How can you claim that you are Brajabasi? No real Brajabasi can ever state that Krishna took birth in Mathura. They only know that he is the son of Mother Yashoda in Vrindavan. They know that he took birth from her womb, and the umbilical cutting ceremony was done. So Gurudev gave all of these proofs from Harivangsha, from Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, from Srimad Bhagavatam, from so many places. Gurudev gave the proofs. And then he made them hold their ears and promise that they wouldn't tell it the way they had been telling it before. That they will tell it the different way, with all of the proofs from Shastra. Because without fail, every time they would get upset, he would say, "You have not studied Srimad Bhagavatam." And they would have to admit it. You don't follow Srimad Bhagavatam? And they would be a little confused. But he made sure to plant this idea very strong within Brajamandal. He himself was teaching all of the Pandits. And because they were little in growing up with him as the main personality and who's giving all proofs, the main sadhu of Vrindavan at that time, they all honored him, gave respect, and they've accepted. But some of the younger ones don't know about this now. So anyway, I'm telling this because Rupa Goswami did the same thing. Without Rupa Goswami, who would have known the difference between Krishna in Vrindavan and Krishna in Mathura? Go Janata Mathura Vrindavan. Who would have known the difference? Go Janata Brajanita. Who would have known the speciality of the moods, the bhavs of the Brajabasi's loving service to Krishna? Without Rupa Goswami, we couldn't have known all of these things. But he was blessed by Mahaprabhu and all of the devotees on Mahaprabhu's request that please bless this boy. Rupa Goswami wasn't a boy. He wasn't a boy at the time. But anyway, bless him so that he can manifest all of these truths in this world. And so he is glorified as that personality who, stop it, means establish Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's inner heart's desire within this world for the benefit of all. So now we will call out.
One thing I'm just thinking of right now, though, is also our Srila Prabhupada. Without him,
yes,
how would we have any idea of anything, of even our Gurudev, of Vrindavan, of Rupa Goswami? So without our Srila Prabhupada, we would have nothing. Today I was just remembering that he has, if you read his journal tonight, in his journal he wrote, tonight is Janmashtami night.
That's when he was on the ship, right?
He was on the Jaladuta and he said, everyone is in everyone in Vrindavan, in Navadvip. They're all celebrating. And he says, and I am here alone, just in the middle of the ocean, thinking of Vraj, of Krishna. And this is what he was sacrificing. He left Vrindavan.
Physically.
He left physically, obviously, Krishna and Vrindavan's in his heart, but he left, Seva Kunja, he left Radha Damodar, Mandir, Rupa Goswami's place, and he traveled to the west. And he's thinking on Janmashtami evening, oh, they are all celebrating and I am here alone. Srila Prabhupada, he gave so much for us to have this. How would we even know about Srila Rupa Goswami? How would we know about the nature of the soul, the nature of Maya? We wouldn't know anything. We'd be completely confounded. We might gain some knowledge of nirvana or Brahman and merging, but how would we know about the intimacy of Krishna with his devotees in Vrindavan, of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna himself coming in the mood of Radha Bhav? How would we know this without these acharyas? We are so indebted.
So now we will call for the mercy of Sri Rupa Goswami. Try to go a little lower.
By the way, I know it's hard to see Thakurji and everyone with all these flowers. I told him.
She's blaming it on the flowers, but I think it's all of his animals. She's got 2 massive elephants, 10 little elephants,
What do
10
you say?
horses,
What do you say?
5 cows, and tons of sweets.
What do you sing?
Hati Gora Palaki.
Jai Kanhaiya Lalaki. He needs elephants and he needs horses.
The baby is drowned in all of his favorite toys with lots of new toys and
No,
drowned
he's got
in
a whole
sweets
box
and
of
monkeys. Yang Kalirupa Shariran Adharata. Yang Kalirupa Shariran Adharata. Yang Kalirupa Shariran Adharata. Tan Braja Prema Mahani Siddhutarita. Tan Braja Prema Mahani Siddhutarita.
Let's see. We have Nitai Patakamala. Something else?
I was just thinking, Heno Nitai Vini Bhai Radha Krishna Paitenai. So it is Nitai Patakamala Koti Chandra Shushitala by Srila Narottam Das Thakur, page
58.
58 in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Guchcha. And for those of you who have just joined us, Dandava Pranam.
Dandava Pranam. Swagatam, Swagatam, Suswagatam.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda
Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi
Shri Advaita Ahankare lata hoya
Bhagavatam Shri Sachinandana Gaura Hari Ki
Jai.
Now, Jadi Gauranga Nahito Tabeke Hoito Kyamone Dharitam De. Calling out for the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Or do you want to do one of the fancier ones?
Fancy? No fancy.
You know the Amons?
I don't do fancy.
Okay, so that should be Jadi, page 68, and our Shri Gauriya Giti Gucha. It's very similar to that bhajan Yankali Rupa for Shri Rup Goswami, but stating about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jadi, if Gauranga Nahaito, if Gauranga, Sachinandan Gaurahari, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not have manifested, Tabi ki hoito, Kamane Dhoritam De, then what would have become of us? Radhara Mahima, who would have known the glories of Srimati Radharani, Prema Rasasima, and the topmost limit of Prem? Jagate Janatoke. Who would have known all of these things in the entire world? Who would have known any of this? And who would have taught it? So this is very similar to that bhajan about Rupa Goswami, but Rupa Goswami is also carrying the inner heart's desire of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So those persons who don't know about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they won't have entrance into the moods of Vrindavan as well. In fact, he himself came here and he discovered, again, rediscovered, that topmost of topmost places, Sri Radha Kunda. As Rupa Goswami says, Vaikuntaj Janito Bara Madhupri Tatrapiro Satsavat Vrindaranya Mudarapani Ramanat Tatrapi Govardhana Radha Kundam Ihapi Gokulapate Premamrita Plavanat Kuryat Asya Giditate Sevam Viveki Nakaha. Within the greater mandala, you can say, of Vaikunta. If you want to understand something from I'm going to give a scientific kind of idea, perspective-wise. According to science, they say that when there is a shadow between the earth and the sun, in other words, the moon is passing between, then you see a solar eclipse. So they're all superimposed perfectly over each other. Does that mean that the moon is in the sun? No. Any mother might tell her child when she's pointing to the moon. She said, "Oh, look at the moon. Where's the moon? Oh, you see that bright ball on the tree? Yes, that's the moon. Sitting on the branch. Yes, I see it. But the moon is not sitting on the branch." In the same way, from one perspective, it takes half a microsecond to move from Vrindavan to Mathura and back again. Because you're right on the border. Millions of people drive back and forth every day. And yet, there is such a vast difference between Mathura and Vrindavan. And such a vast difference between Vaikunta and Mathura. So if you see it like the planetary alignment, so to speak, from Vaikunta. But from this perspective, it looks like maybe they're all superimposed. But actually, if you see the distance between them, it is limitless. Vaikuntaj Janito Vara Madhupuri. Madhupuri means Mathura Mandal, Braj Mandal. It's glorified in all Shastras. But more than that, Vrindaranyam. So the forests of Vrindavan. Rupa Goswami is telling this verse, the 9th verse of Sri Upadeshamrita, Nectar of Instruction. Why is Vrindavan considered so much higher? Tatrapi Rasotsavat Vrindaranyam. Because in Vrindavan there is Rasalila. But more than that, Udar Pani Ramanat Tatrapi Govardhana. Because Krishna is holding Govardhan on his finger. And within the caves of Govardhan, on top of the body of Govardhan, all amazing, beautiful pastimes are taking place. And also, specifically, within the center of Govardhan, Radha Kundamihapi Gokulapate Premamrita Plavanat. In the center of Govardhan, there's a place known as Radha Kunda. And in that place, it is considered the highest of the highest, topmost place, where Krishna feels the most transcendental happiness and pleasure. And Srimati Radhika. in that place. And Rupa Goswami says, you show me that intelligent person, Kuryat Asya Virajato Giritate, who would not want to reside at the feet of Giriraj, on the bank of Radhakund, Sevam, performing seva 24 hours a day for Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. In other words, any intelligent person would want to do that, and if they don't want to do that, well,
they're not intelligent.
Yes. Show me that intelligent person who would not want to do this. So there are massive differences. Srila Gurudev Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj has established that in even a single particle of dust of Braj, of Vrindavan, there is more Aishwarya, more transcendental opulence than in all of the Vaikuntha planets combined. And at Radhakund, the dust there has so much transcendental opulence. One particle of dust of Radhakund, or on the bank of Radhakund, has more Aishwarya than in all of Vrindavan combined. So we cannot imagine. In other words, concentrated ecstasy. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has personally come to Vrindavan, and he rediscovered Radhakund, Shyamakund. They were lost completely. Without Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, without Rupa Goswami, without all of our Goswamis, and Bhugarbha Goswami, Lokanath Goswami, and a few others that Mahaprabhu deputed to reveal all of these holy places, it would have been lost to the world forever. So everyone who comes here, most don't realize it, most don't know it, but they owe the greatest debt of gratitude to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his followers, especially Rupa Goswami, and those who are in that mood, like Rupanuga Vaishnavas, for revealing all of the transcendental places of Vrindavan. Now it's become a massive tourist town, but what are they viewing?
It's also becoming lost again.
It is becoming covered, but yet everyone is coming here because it's the holy place. So hopefully the holy places that they have discovered can be maintained or awakened, but like the place where Ved Vyas.
Yes. We show you every time we do the Vrindavan Parikrama, we stop at one place that almost looks like just where people throw trash.
It's covered.
It's been covered. From building the Parikrama Marg, instead of leaving it just a nice, soft, dusty road, it's become pebbles and concrete again and again and again. And as they make this road, they just put all of the refuse off to the side. And the place where Sri Ved Vyas wrote the 10th canto, especially the Rasalila, is there. It's where he sat down and meditated and wrote this. And it's completely covered now by trash. It's almost, there's maybe like
it's
a
sticking
foot.
out. It's sticking
There's
out
like
a couple
foot
of
or
feet,
two.
but no one stops there. No one knows what it is.
They just walk right past it.
It's just near the road which goes to Mathura. Actually goes to the Yamuna Express Highway. So if you're doing Parikrama and you see the road that goes toward the Yamuna Express Highway, just after that, it's after Mahaprabhu's Betak, the Jagannath Mandir, where Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj,
Right.
he established some Thakurji there. Just after that bend in the Parikrama road, just on the left side, you will see what is known as Vyasa Kup, which is becoming lost. But without Mahaprabhu, without the Goswamis, without our Rupanuga Gauriya Guru Varga, who would have known all of these things? It would have been lost forever. So, Jadi Goranga Nahito by Sri Narahari Sarkar.
Dandavat Pranam, Vaishnavas, welcome, Isha,
Swagatam.
Gopal. I don't know who else is newly watching. Nandini, oh, Lavangamala, Krishna, Karshani, Radhe, Radhe.
Achyuta Krishna Prabhu.
Achyuta Krishna Prabhu.
He's up there.
Ah, okay.
Look it's already 7:15. Oh my God, we better hurry up. Okay.
Last time we started at 7 and we just didn't have enough time.
So this time we started at 6 and already an hour and 15 minutes has gone by and it feels like no time at all. So, Prem Purushottam Shri Sachinandana Gaura Hari Ki Jai. This is
Krishna,
page
Krishna.
68. Let me just put the Tampura on. Once again. Not the time.
I missed the harmonium.
Okay, set this little one here. Oops, hit it again. I think that's it. Oh, the picture got stuck.
Doesn't matter.
Jadi Gauranga nahito তবে কি হইত কেমনে ধরিত দে যদি গৌরাঙ্গ নহিত
তবে কি হইত কেমনে ধরিত দে
যদি গৌরাঙ্গ নহিত তবে কি হইত কেমনে ধরিত দে
যদি গৌরাঙ্গ নহিত তবে কি হইত কেমনে ধরিত দে
ও রাধার মহিমা প্রেম রস সীমা
রাধার মহিমা প্রেম রস সীমা
জগতে জানত কে
জগতে জানত কে
ও মধুর বৃন্দা বিপিন মাধুরী প্রবেশ চাতুরী সা
মধুর বৃন্দা বিপিন মাধুরী প্রবেশ চাতুরী সা
অবর যদুমতি ভাবের ভগতি
বর যদুমতি ভাবের ভগতি
শকতি হইত
শকতি হইত
গাও পুন পুন গৌরাঙ্গের গুণ সরল হইয়া
গাও পুন পুন গৌরাঙ্গের গুণ সরল হইয়া
ও এ ভব সাগরে এমন দয়াল
রে ভব সাগরে এমন দয়া
না দেখি যে কো জানো না দেখি যে কো জানো এ ভব সাগরে এমন দয়া না দেখি যে কো জানো
না দেখি যে
গৌরাঙ্গ বলিয়া নাদিনু বলিয়া কেমনে ধরিনু দে
গৌরাঙ্গ বলিয়া নাবিনু বলিয়া কেমনে ধরিনু রে
অনর হরিয়া পাশার দিয়া
নর হরিয়া পাশার দিয়া
কেমনে করিয়াছে
কেমনে করিয়াছে
কেমনে করিয়াছে
কেমনে করিয়াছে
Can you see us? Because we can't.
Our camera's frozen, so we don't know what's happening.
No, only on here, it's frozen. Okay, let's see. Sudevi and story. Okay, it's working. It was for a second. There it is. Okay, good. Hare Krishna.
So our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, he's explained to us that in Vedic culture, on somebody's birthday, they give out in charity, and all those people who love that person whose birthday it is, they also give out in charity. Oh, may all auspiciousness come to my person. Gurudev said it's opposite in Western culture. In Western culture, it's, oh, I'm so special. I was born in this world, so give me all kinds of great things and celebrate me. Really, it's saying, let's celebrate my false identity, my false ego, my false perception of who I am. So it's completely opposite in Vedic culture. So our Srila Gurudev would always say that on this day, not only Krishna, but all those who consider he is my beloved, whether he is my beloved child, whether he is my beloved friend, or whether he is my beloved, my paramour, my love. Whatever way in one loves Krishna, especially in Braj, they are giving today. Oh, what do you want? What can I give? Nanda Baba, Yashoda Maya, they're also giving in charity, even by mind. Vasudev, Devaki, they're also giving in charity. Today is the most auspicious day. Krishna himself is thinking, what can I give? Srila Gurudev would say, on this day, on Radhastami day, that Lalita Sakhi is going around and searching, who is that person who is praying to become the maidservant of my Radhika? He said she's going with a register and a pen, and she's taking the names of those persons who are calling out today, celebrating today for a particular purpose. If we are doing Ekadashi, if we're following days like Janmashtami, any days of the Lord, or even the days of Sri Guru, but we don't have any particular goal in mind, then what will they give us? Oh, you have some cows. Oh, have some wealth. Have any kind of thing, but we will never attain our heart's cherished desires. So our Gurudevs, our Guru Varga, they have told us exactly what we should ask for. They have told us how we should pray, how we should approach Krishna on all of these days. Ekadashi is so merciful. Twice a month she is coming. And it's the same thing. Krishna is appearing in our lives in the form of a day. Now today is his birthday. So all of those who love Krishna, that also means our Gurudevs, our Guru Varga, all of the Brajavasis, not just Nanda Baba Yashoda, but Vrishabhanu Maharaj, Kirtida Devi, Srimati Radhika Thakurani, and all those Brajavasis who feel that Krishna is mine, or they have a feeling that, oh, I want all auspiciousness to go to that darling son of Nanda and Yashoda. They are all waiting to give something. So our Gurudev would say we should have a goal. If we are doing anything in our path of sadhana, our path toward God, if we're doing it and we don't have a goal, then we will never attain our destination. We may get some kind of auspiciousness. We may get something good. We may even get bound in this world. Our Gurudev said that if we follow these days, like Janmashtami, Ekadashi, Radhastami, but we're not doing it in Mahat Sangha, which means in that mood that our Guru Varg they've given us, then Gurudev said that it's no better than reward-seeking activity. It means that it is karma. We are actually doing some punya. We'll get something good in return, but that good thing might be a high birth, it might be wealth, health, it might be any kind of material thing that is auspicious. but inevitably, it may even take us away from Krishna. So many times we hear, be careful, be so careful how you approach. If we approach the Lord and ask for something like, what was it, Dhruva Maharaj? What did he say? I was praying for like the husks of rice, the empty husks, and I had the most precious diamond in front of me, more than anything that he could conceive of. But he actually had to attain that. He had to live through that prayer that he asked for. He had to live in his own planet. So on this day, when we know that the hearts of the Brajabasis are melting, what will we do? Every year I tell that story about that person who got in debt for 20 rupees. And he was day and night thinking, I owe 20 rupees, I owe 20 rupees, what will I do? He lived in the forest. He didn't even know what money looked like. He ate by eating roots and fruits, but he was only thinking, I owe this money. One day, he thought, that's it. I can't live like this anymore. I have to go out. I have to work somehow or other. I have to make 20 rupees and pay this back. So he set out to the village so he could somehow or other work for that 20 rupees. On his way, he saw a horrific thing. A beautiful carriage had been pulled off the side of the road. Some guards were dead, and 2 dacoits were taking a princess deep into the woods. Without thinking of his own body, his own mortality, he ran towards those dacoits. Somehow or other, by the grace of God, he beat them up. That princess began crying and holding on to him. Thank you, you saved me, you saved me. A few minutes later, the king came with so many of his guards, jumped off his horse, and his darling little princess ran into his arms. The king went to that poor man and said, this girl, my daughter, she's my only child. She means more to me than anything. Ask anything you want, and it's yours. That man immediately thought, oh, this is my great fortune. Please, my dear king, give me 20 rupees. The king laughed and he said, oh, you don't understand. Whatever you want, whatever you desire, I can give that to you. The man didn't want to seem foolish, so he thought for a minute and said, yeah, okay, please give me 20 rupees. So the king gave the 20 rupees and left. This is what, in essence, we would be like coming to the Lord and to his associates on this day, praying for something material or not praying for anything at all. We may get 20 rupees, we may get any kind of worldly thing.
Or even 2 million.
Or even 2 million.
Which is worthless next to 1 particle of dust of Braj.
So our Gurudev would say, on this day, have your heart centered. Like we told in the beginning, how Srila Bhaktivedanta Sridhar Maharaj was sitting there. May that influence of Krishna appearing in the heart of his dear devotee, may that touch me. May something of that transcendental nature touch this Atma and purify my mind and heart so that Krishna will also dwell there. But when those persons who love him, how Gurudev said, that they cannot chastise him, but they can bind him, subdue him, control. That those persons who control Krishna, Mother Yashoda, Lalita Sakhi, Srimati Radhika, Nanda Baba, Baladev Prabhu, all of them can control Krishna with love and affection. Those personalities. Today is the birthday also of Sri Lalita Vishaka. Isn't it Vishaka's birthday today? She's born at the same time
as Krishna.
As Srimati Radhika. That's coming up. It's coming up. I'm thinking of Radhastami. In the days leading up, each Astasaki, before and after Srimati Radhika, I was reading it today, so never mind that. The point is that today we have to remember, keep our heart centered. Why am I doing this? Yes, it's so tasty There's so much sweetness and happiness in remembering Krishna. But if we're remembering with a goal in mind, I want to love you. I want to serve you. I want to come under the guidance of that Sri Rupa who we sang about. How would we know anything? I want to come under the guidance of those personalities in that gun of Lalita Sakhi. I want and I pray that one day you will take my name in your register. If I'm remembering and hearing and chanting with this mood in our heart at our Gurudev, our Guru Varga, our Srila Prabhupada, they are also going out with their register and a pen, writing down names of those who really want this. And even if it's for even a split second, that our heart melts and we pray, I want to love you. I want to serve you. Hey Radhe Vrajadevike, please give me your mercy. I'm here and I'm without you. This Atma is dying and crying out since time immemorial. And now I've come so close. I've come under this umbrella of Mahat Sangha, of our Guru Varga, of our Sri Rupa Goswami, our Srila Prabhupada, our Gurudevs. We've come this close to your hearts. Please take my name in your register. I want to love and serve you. That is the purpose of this Atma. And please also be born in my heart tonight. That is why we are doing this Janmashtami. That is why we are following Ekadashis. That's why we are doing everything going on. Although it's so tasty, there is nothing else in this world that makes us feel so blissful in our hearts. Generally, people have to get drunk to feel something so beautiful. And then they suffer after. They drink and they think, oh, this is happiness. And then they're completely hung over and feeling horrible. There's no happiness out there. People have to take substances to try to forget that they're not happy. And we come to this process and we realize there's so much happiness here. But even that is a byproduct, a side thing. My mood is to serve you. Never mind that ecstasy or happiness is actually dancing in my heart. Never mind that. I'm not doing this for that. I'm doing this so that I can love you, that I can serve you, that this Atma, the purpose of this Atma, to love you, to serve you, can be realized. In days like this, when you're profusely giving mercy, when our Guru Varga, our Guru Devs, Bhaktivedanta Thakur, Bhaktivedanta, they've come to give us this. This is why they've come. They have no other purpose. They haven't come to check it out, to see what's going on. They've come to give us something. They've come to give us this love of Radha and Madhava. So if we, from the core of our heart, for even one moment, can pray for that, today, it may be that our merciful Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev, Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, and all of the Brajabasis, they're also Brajabasis,
all of them,
that they will give us their mercy and take our name in their register. Please don't forget me. Ha Gurudev, Ha Gurudev. Without you I am lost, I am lost. But I know that this is why you have given me Krishna's name. This is why you have given me Diksha for a relationship like this. So today, I know that you are giving and giving profusely. So please, please take my name in your register. Take this Jivatma and make it eternally the servant of Sri Radha and Krishna.
When Sudevi was speaking, I was remembering when we were little, Janmashtami and Rath Yatra were our two favorite festivals. Rath Yatra, of course, because, you know, the festival of the chariots on the
ride
beach.
on the cart.
We'd ride on the chariots and beam the
throw peanuts and raisins.
with the peanuts and raisins. And we got to ride on elephants, and it was fun, and good kirtans.
And dancing, Bharatnatyam.
Curd sticks and lassis and the whole thing. And Janmashtami, they would actually close off the street. It was the first time we were actually allowed to play in the streets.
In New Dwarka, where we grew up, they would close from the temple, from Venice Boulevard, all the way to the end of Watsika Avenue. The whole thing would be blocked off. They would make a stage in front of the yellow building.
And they put red carpets on the road, and we got to
sit and lay in the road and watch dramas and hear all kinds of beautiful music.
Yes, and it was a lot of fun.
We
and
got
there
to
was
ride elephants
and lemonade and fruit salads and everything, and that's how it was. And for us as children, it was like that. As Sudevi was talking about, it's very fun and sweet and wonderful. But today we were discussing something quite interesting. Tomorrow is actually Nandotsav. Tomorrow is the day when all of the Brajabasis, including Nanda Baba and everyone, acknowledge that Krishna appeared at midnight. And so that's the party. That's Krishna's birthday party tomorrow. So why do Gaudiya Vaishnavas and everyone else observe Krishna's birthday party the day before?
We're getting our hearts ready to receive.
We are not there yet. We're still in the forms of aspiring sadhakas. So Sudevi was telling, what is our hope? What is our aspiration? What is our goal? The goal must be established for one to be a sadhaka, because in order for one to do sadhana, they must have a particular goal. Kriti sadhya bhavet sadhya bhavasa sarana vida nitya siddhasya bhavasya prakatam hidi sadhyata. The goal of our sadhana is to attain bhav bhakti, and the goal of bhav bhakti is to attain prema bhakti. The reason I'm saying this is that it is quite interesting. Krishna technically hasn't been born yet, but in Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition, we are observing the time leading up to the moment of the appearance. Nanda Baba and all the Brajavasis observe the festival tomorrow, Nandotsav. But the Gaudiya Vaishnavas are preparing for that manifestation of Krishna. So there is a knowledge in advance that Krishna is going to appear at a certain time. Krishna is going to appear. Not only then, 5,000 years ago. Like Srila Bhakti Maharaj understood. He was going to appear in the heart of the pure devotee. And he's going to appear for everyone at midnight, Vrindavan time. Or wherever you are according to the constellation. That's how the calendars are formed. But it's not like he just appeared 5,000 years ago. Otherwise we wouldn't observe these days like we do. We observe him like we do because we have a hope and expectation. But if Krishna appears right in front of you, what are you going to do? What are you going to say? He might offer you so many things. What do you want? Oh, I need a new car. I need to win the lottery. I need this. I need that. Husband, wife, children, whatever. Everything. Material. Or he might offer us something. Like Gurudev warned Sudevi. You should be very careful. Krishna will try to make you a queen in Dwarka. I asked her today, if Dwarkadish Krishna said, you want to be my wife, what would you say? And she's like, oh. She's like, I don't think I'd be able to refuse. But at that time, we went up to Gurudev, Srila Gurudev, and she said, oh, what did you tell him?
He said, you should be very careful. Krishna will try to make you a queen in Dwarka. And I said, oh, Gurudev, I'm not afraid of Krishna. And Gurudev said, no. I said, no. He said, why? Why not? And I said, because I know you will protect me. And then Gurudev just said, yes, yes. And the one thing that we have to also understand, Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur and all of our Guru Varga, they've said, if Krishna were to stand in front of us, would we recognize him? According to the love that we have for Krishna, to that extent, he will reveal himself. He will show us. So how much do we love our dog? And how much do we love Krishna? Think, honestly. We might say, no, I love Krishna more than my dog.
Probably not true.
How much do we love Krishna? More than my wife, my husband, my children? So what will we see? Kamsa saw death. Everyone saw Krishna according to their mood. So what kind of mood do I have toward Krishna? Do I want to be a little God in my own world? That the sun should revolve around me? That I am the sun in the universe, basically? I'm everything? Does everything revolve around my false identity? Then that means I'm antagonistic toward Krishna. So what is my mood of love toward Krishna? I don't know. So we take shelter of someone like our Gurudev, because he will protect us. He knows who Krishna is. He knows which aspect of the Lord our eternal nitya relationship, our eternal relationship with Krishna is. And he can say, hey, no, don't go toward Dwarkadish. You will never ever attain that, and you will never be happy there. Why?
It's not your nature.
Your beloved, the nature of your Atma is to love Krishna in Vrindavan, to be the servant of Srimati Radhika. That is the nature of your own heart. So we take shelter of someone who knows who Krishna is and who loves Krishna.
They also know who we are.
They know who we are. They know what is our relationship with Krishna, and they're the ones that will take our hands and put it into the hands of our seva, of our love for Krishna, of Bhakti Devi. Without our Gurudevs, without our Guru Varga, we won't recognize Krishna. He could walk in front of us. Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur says, why do we do sadhana? We must do sadhana so that slowly Maya will move away from us, and slowly we will gain that mercy of our gurus. And then we will be able to recognize Krishna. How? With sambandha gyan, with love and affection. Otherwise, what will we see? We may also see, like Kamsa, we will see death personified. We don't know what we will see. He could sit in front of us and we wouldn't know. When we're doing parikrama here in Vrindavan, sometimes I'm looking around and I'm thinking, our Srila Prabhupada walked this road. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, Srila Rupa Goswami, he walked on this road. Radha and Krishna
walked on that road.
Walked on that road. Mahaprabhu, so many devas are coming and trying to gain access to Vrindavan. Who is walking next to us? I can't recognize anyone. Unless they give their mercy to us, we can't see anything. So we take shelter of those persons who know Krishna, who recognize Krishna, and who love Krishna in the right mood. And those persons, they can protect us and they can give us entrance, even if we don't recognize. Through Harikatha, through Harinam, through our mantras, Gurudev is giving us Krishna.
So now we should call out to Krishna. In the words of Rupa Goswami.
Lalit, my pirate.
Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Rupa Goswami is offering a beautiful prayer. His prayer is that, although I have no love, no affection, no bhakti for you, Krishna, still, you can make the impossible possible. That is your nature. So please allow my mind, which is like a bumblebee, to always go to your lotus feet, which are like reddish lotus flowers. Man manasa madhukaram arpayani japada pankaja makarande. Even though Lord Brahma, in complete deep samadhi, cannot capture the effulgence coming from your toenails. Right? Yadyapi samadhishu vidhir api pashyati natava nakhagram marichim idam ichami. Still, my desire. Ichami means my desire. Nishamya tavachuta tadapi kripad bhutavicham. Is that I will receive your mercy. That my mind will be able to go to your lotus feet. A beautiful prayer by Srila Rupa Goswami, teaching us how to pray. Of course, there are more specific prayers that if Krishna were to stand right in front of us, it should be our prayer, but we'll discuss that later. For those of you who know, you may post it, And you can, well, there's going to be a lot of Mahaprasad sweets afterward. So tomorrow, when we're not observing Ekadashi, which we do for Vishnu Tattva or Krishna days, then the Mahaprasad will be available. So, Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. That's page 343, I believe, in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Gucha. And it is one of the required bhajans that we must sing if we want to please Srimati Radhika on this day.
Rudra got it. Welcome back
Within
from
a
college.
couple of months, Rudra is going to be teaching us all kinds of new things we've never heard before. Okay, so this is from the Gitavali section of Stavamala by Sri Rupa Goswami, page 343. Sudevi. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande.
Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande.
Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande.
Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande.
Vanamanasa madhukaram arpayami japada pankajamakarande.
Vanamanasa madhukaram arpayami japada pankajamakarande.
Vanamanasa madhukaram
do Shrita Kamala and then maybe tell about
There's so many things.
what happens in Mathura.
Some tattva also is necessary.
That's what this is.
Oh my god. Okay.
This is our list of everything, and it's already 8.
Which means it's not going to happen. We're just going to keep continuing until midnight and see what we can tell.
Dandavat Pranam, all Vaishnavas, Revati, Braj Kishore, Prit Jansen, Bhanumati. I always read the names and forget.
I know. We always remember J.S. Das.
Helavang.
That's how she's like, yeah, I know you. Yeah. She was speaking in class and she's like, there's J.S. Das.
I thought his name was J.S. Das.
Do you know what J.S. means? And she's like, no.
Jnana Shakti. I forget the devotees' names because I see them so much on Facebook, so I think those names. Sorry.
That's why it's important to always use your devotee name.
If you can.
So other devotees can recognize you. And if you're walking down the street and you don't have tilak, they might just walk right past you. But when you have tilak, then you're just like, Haribo, Hare Krishna, Jayude.
Actually, one time, really quick, a cute tilak story. My niece and I, we were walking, I think around Covent Garden, and all of a sudden, we were wearing our tilak, we never go anywhere without it, and this man just looked up and he's like, oh, you're Hare Krishnas. We're like, yeah. And he's like, I didn't know you did normal things, like walk around an antique market. And then my niece just said, oh, we're in hiding. She said, because we're superheroes. And the man just started laughing, but it was so sweet. He was like, oh, Hare Krishnas actually go shopping and you walk outside. It's not only when you're dancing and chanting. So, all right, I'm going to move so he can give a little bit of Krishna Tattva.
Okay. So, we just sang this bhajan, Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. It is written by Srila Rupa Goswami Pad. The goal of all of our practices, everything that we do, including our vratas, which is Janmashtami Vrata. We're following a vrat today. Se vrata, se tapa, se mora mantra japa, is to somehow attain the mercy and shelter of the lotus feet of Sri Rupa Goswami. Because without coming in that particular lineage, we won't be able to attain the shelter of the feet of Srimati Radhika, Radha Dasyam, and our love and affection and seva won't be able to be properly utilized in the service of Krishna either. So Rupa Goswami, or rather Sri Rupa Manjari, is our everything. And interestingly enough, although we know that Sri Rupa Manjari has a particular bhav, Kinkari bhav, Baliyadasi bhav, Radha Dasyam, service to Srimati Radhika, with a very, very powerful, exclusive feeling toward her. Yet, as Sri Rupa Goswami, in the mood of a sadhaka, he's teaching us how to pray. And it is certain in this bhajan you see, at least from an external perspective, Deva Bhavantam Vande, I'm offering my pranam unto you. Let my mind, which is like a bumblebee, go to your lotus feet. Although Lord Brahma and all other great personalities cannot even capture a glimpse of the effulgence of your toenails, still. But he's calling him infallible, Achyuta. He's referring to him through a mood of Aishwarya. Please allow my mind to go toward your lotus feet. Please give me your mercy. So it's not that we shouldn't have that conception as well, especially as sadhakas. Maybe in that realm, Krishna may be putting his head in the feet of the dust of the maidservants of Srimati Radhika, especially Sri Rupa, begging for her mercy that he may enter the kunj of Srimati Radhika. That is in that realm. But here in this realm, they also have forms as sadhakas. And as sadhakas, they're always praying, weeping and crying, like Sudevi already mentioned. He Radhe Brajadevi ke chalalite he nanda shuno kuta. Suno, not shuno. Suno kuta. Shri Govardhana kalpapad patale kalindi vanye kuta. Goshantavati sarvato vrajapure ke dar mahavibalo vande rupa sanatano. Raghujugo Shri Jiva Gopalako. What's going on? It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, because I thought it froze here. Wow, Devaki's got it. Aghatana Ghatana Patiyasi Shakti. In the bhajan of Rupa Goswami, Krishna Deva, there it has been mentioned as Durghata Ghatana Vidhatri, They're both the same thing. So, Rupa Goswami is showing us that we also must not jump above our adhikar. As sadhakas, sadhakas are always weeping, crying, and praying. And it is absolutely essential for us to understand the Bhagavata, or the Godhead of God, before we can enter into the intimate pastimes, the very private leelas of God. If we superimpose that I am qualified to do so and try to jump in, it will backfire. It will shock us. And we've witnessed it too many times, and our Guru Varga have warned us. It is a short-circuiting because I don't have that qualification. I'm jumping somewhere where I don't have the qualification to enter. At this point in time, I can weep and cry and pray for it. There's a reason why Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada always was using this term Vaikuntha Nam, Vaikuntha Dham. Our Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada also was giving all of these teachings. Look at the first 9 cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam. In those 9 cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam, and the ones that are sandwiching the other side, the 11th and 12th, there's so much Bhagavata, or Aishvarya Gyan, knowledge of the opulence aspect of Godhead. If we don't have that, then we won't be able to appreciate the sweetness aspect, or the madhuryata. The sweetness aspect of Godhead. It is said like the first 9 cantos and the last 2 are like the bread, and the 10th canto is like the jam in the middle. So that's the sweetness aspect. But if you didn't have anything to contrast it with, then how can we understand? All amazing, powerful, great personalities and sages, they have Aishvarya Gyan. Lord Brahma has Aishvarya Gyan, knowledge of the opulence, the greatness of the Lord. Durvasa Muni, who is prevalent in so many thousands of pastimes of Krishna. In Vrindavan, in Dwarka, with the Pandavas, in so many leelas, in so many places. With Ambarish Maharaj, he's everywhere. Like Narada Muni, he's present in every pastime practically. Well, these personalities are well aware of the unlimited glory of Krishna. And why I'm saying unlimited, they're well aware that they will never be able to touch the end of it. Even Baladev Prabhu, in the form of Anantashesh, since time without beginning, has been glorifying Krishna with unlimited mouths, and feels himself unable to scratch the surface of the unlimited ocean of the glories of Krishna. So none of them think, I know everything about Krishna. And yet they have a very strong saturation of the mood of Aishvaryata, of the knowledge of the greatness and glory of God. When they see that same God playing like an ordinary child in the courtyard of Nanda Baba, it is quite perplexing. It throws them off. They're like, wait, what's going on here? Once upon a time.
You didn't take birth yet.
I'm not talking about
Oh, okay.
Once upon a time, Krishna and his friends were wrestling. And wrestling, Krishna and his friends, they were arguing with each other. Who will win? Krishna's like, I'm stronger than you. No, I'm stronger than you. I will win. No, I will win. And Krishna was wrestling. He wrestles with so many. He wrestles with Baladev Prabhu. He wrestles with Sridham. He wrestles with so many. This time he's wrestling with Sridham. And as they were wrestling, finally, Sridham took Krishna, picked him up and slammed him into the dust and jumped on top of him and said, I have won. And Krishna, who's lying flat on his back in the dust of Braj, said, no, actually, I have won. Sridham's like, that's crazy. I'm on top, I won, I slammed you in the dust. All of the cowherd boys were there. And they're all like, yes, Sridham won, and they're clapping. And Krishna's like, no, I won. And they're like, how is it possible you've won? I've won. Krishna said, because my nose is pointing up, and your nose is pointing down. Therefore, I have won. And they said, that's ridiculous. Look, there's a Baba over there. Sadhu Baba. He was sitting there doing austerity, long hair, big beard, watching the whole thing, completely dumbfounded, witnessing who they understand as the supreme absolute truth, Swayam Bhagavan, being slammed into the dust by some other little boy, and then trying to weasel his way out with some falsity. So these two boys, Krishna and Sriram, they go up to this Baba. You saw everything. It was Durvasa. Who won? He was just in shock. Mouth open, eyes open. He couldn't believe it. The Supreme Lord of everything. Purna Brahma Sanatana. The Supreme Eternal Absolute Truth has just lost a wrestling match and is now lying and cheating to try to weasel his way out of it. So they were asking him, you saw everything, who won? And he didn't answer. Krishna sat on one of his thighs, on his lap, and Sriram sat on the other side. And they say, Baba, Baba, tell us who won. And they were pulling on his beard. Tell us who won. He was completely shocked. In that moment, he looked and he saw inside the mouth of Krishna. Seeing inside the mouth of Krishna was like he was sucked inside the mouth of Krishna for millions and millions of years, for the duration of the Brahmanda. Seeing millions of planets and solar systems and galaxies and universes. He was in there for so long. And after the Brahmanda, Brahmanda means the entire lifetime of Lord Brahma. Our Brahma is like one of the smallest, 311 trillion of our Earth years. You can start counting now, good luck. He came back out, and boom, what does he see? He sees Krishna and Sriram sitting on his lap, pulling his beard, saying, give us an answer, you saw everything. And then they just left him. This Baba's useless, he doesn't know anything, he can't speak, he's dumb, he can't hear. So they just left and walked away and continued playing. But not only Durvasa, thousands and millions of great sages who are completely saturated with this Aishwarya Gyan, Aishwarya Bhav. They can't even understand. Aho bhagyam, nanda gopa vrajokasam, yan mitram paramanandam purnam brahma sanatana. How fortunate are the residents of Vrindavan. Nanda Gopa Vrajokasam. That the Supreme Absolute Truth, Purnam Brahma Sanatana, is playing like an ordinary child in his courtyard. Really, it's like, oh my God, they're shocked. Now our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta, Narayan Goswami Maharaj has told us that our Srila Prabhupada, not only our Srila Prabhupada, but so many of our Guru Varga before, they've come to tell us that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because we need to know that.
First 9 cantos are proving that.
We need to know that. They've also told us the other thing. But he's revealed it more. Revealing it more is showing where it is in their own words, in their own writings. Look, it's here, it's here. I've come to tell you that one day you're going to have to forget that. This is the speciality of the Brajavasis. They have completely forgotten that Krishna is God. If those boys are thinking Krishna is God, they're not going to take him and slam him into the dust of Vrindavan. They're going to start offering pranam, like Arjuna offered pranam to Krishna. Param Brahma, Param Dhama, Pavitram Paramam Bhavam, Purusham Shashvatam Divyam, Adidevam Jambibum. Again and again, offering so many prayers. What have I done? I have mistreated you. I have made so many offenses to you. I married your sister.
I called you friend.
I called you friend. We share off the same plate. I have embraced you. I've touched you. Please forgive me. He had this mood after Krishna revealed his universal form. When Mother Yashoda saw his universal form inside his mouth, she thought, what did she think?
Any brute has come to attack my son.
Some very, very sinister influences come. Any ghost, any dark, anything. She didn't start worshiping him. She called all the Brahmins and the priests and everyone, we need help here. Some ghosts are trying to attack my son. So they're chanting mantras, bathing him in cow dung and cow urine and milk and yogurt and all the 5 auspicious substances, chanting mantras, putting more kajal around his eyes to protect him from the evil influence, and black dots here and there and black string everywhere to protect him. She's thinking he's my son. Only that much. So we need to know in the form of sadhakas, first and foremost, Janmadhyasayataha, Janmadhyasayatonbayad itaratas chatteshva vigyasvarat tene brahma hridaya adikavaye muhyanti yat surya tejo vari mridamyata vinimayo yatra trishadgomrisha dhamna svena sada nirasta kuvakam satyam param dhimahi parasatya. I meditate on supreme absolute truth. Srimad Bhagavatam, first verse. It's necessary to understand that and then to develop further in the association of those personalities who have understanding of that, but who have also understanding of the madhuryata aspect. In sadhak group, they have the understanding. In siddharup, they know about God, but they don't think Krishna is God. They think Narayan is God. Nanda Baba Yashoda, they worship Narayan. But they think Krishna is my darling son. So now I just wanted to mention this because it's essential for us. We can't just throw that out if we're not qualified. The others don't throw it out. It's there. The Brajabasis have not thrown out Bhagavat Tattva. It is fully present in its greatest majesty. As Gurudev said, there's more Aishwarya in a single particle of dust of Braj than in all of the Vaikuntha planets combined, and more in a single particle of dust at Radhakund than in all of Braj combined. That is Aishwarya. But the prem of the Brajabasis is so great for Krishna that it is like millions of gallons of nectar, completely drowning that one particle of dust, of unlimited Aishwaryata. And that nectar is their prem, which completely controls Krishna. And it is also what makes it so that they cannot see that he is Bhagavan, but rather he is my best friend. He is my son, my darling boy. He is my Prananath, my beloved. So now coming back to something of the God Tattva, Bhagavat Tattva. Krishna in Bhagavad Gita, he says why he appears in this world. Yada yada, whenever and wherever, hi dharmasya glani, there is a decline in religious practice, in dharmic practice. Bhavati bharata, he's speaking to Arjuna, abhyutanam adharmasya. And when there is a predominant rise of adharma, of irreligion, tadatmanam srijamyam, at that time I manifest myself. And what do? Paritranaya sadhuna, I protect the sadhus, the devotees. Vinashaya cha dushkritam, and I destroy the demons. Dharma samsthapanartaya. Again, I re-establish the principles of dharma. Sambhavami yuge yuge. And for this purpose, I manifest from yuga to yuga. So we've seen in the histories of Srimad Bhagavatam and all Puranas, all Shastras, there are so many different avatars. We've mentioned 10 avatars, but actually in Srimad Bhagavatam many more were mentioned, and there are unlimited avatars of the Lord. Srimad Bhagavatam and other Shastras mention that the avatars manifesting from the Lord are like unlimited waves in the ocean, or rivers flowing into the sea. We cannot count how many avatars are manifesting from the Lord. But we have 10 names that we worship. Keshavadritta Meena Sharira, Keshavadritta Kurma Sharira, Keshavadritta Varaha Rupa, Keshavadritta Vamana Rupa, Keshavadritta Rama Sharira, I forgot, Brihupati Rupa. Parshuram came before Ram. Then Rama Sharira, Keshavadritta Haladhara Rupa, Keshavadritta Buddha Sharira, Keshavadritta Kalki Sharira.
Jai Jagadish.
Jai Jagadisha Hare. Krishna has manifested in all of these different pastime forms. They are Leela avatars. For what purpose? What I just told. But Krishna doesn't need to manifest to take care of demons. Does he? Does he need to physically take a form and grab a bow and arrow to kill demons? Or grab an axe to kill demons? Or, as Kalki Avatar, grab a sword and kill demons? Does he need to physically manifest here and do that? No. Without even thinking. In great cosmic sleep. While having his feet massaged. Simply by his breathing. Millions of universes are being created and destroyed. He can do anything with barely a second thought, or through the medium of manifestations of manifestations of manifestations of himself. He doesn't even have to think about all of these things. But yet we understand that he manifests and he performs so many pastimes. He kills demons, he protects devotees, he reestablishes principles of religion, all kinds of things like that. Why? Really, why? Because his devotees relish speaking about his glories and pastimes. Matchita madgata prana bodhayanta parasparam katayantas chamam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha. My chitta, my devotees are constantly engaged in remembering my names, forms, qualities, and pastimes. And they derive great pleasure and satisfaction discussing them with one another. Now, Krishna also promises in Bhagavad Gita, as one approaches me, I reciprocate accordingly. So if their passion is the pastimes of Krishna, then he must reciprocate by awarding them with pastimes. What will they talk about if he doesn't manifest pastimes?
How will he even have a name?
So he manifests so many pastimes, and in each of these pastimes he has different names, so many different qualities, different forms, Nam, Rup, Guna, and Lila, for his devotees to be able to discuss about him, for their pleasure. Therefore, it has been understood by all those who are knowers of the truth that the real reason that Krishna appears and performs pastimes is because anugrahaya bhaktaram, for the pleasure of his devotees. Otherwise he doesn't need to do it. For the pleasure of his devotees, he manifests and performs so many beautiful and wonderful pastimes. And then he says, where they are discussing my pastimes, that's where I reside. In other words, he is not different from his Harikatha. He is his Harikatha. Those pure devotees who are glorifying him are actually bringing him there by their speaking about him. So the Shravanam, the Kirtanam, all of that is attractive to Krishna. It is controlling Krishna in a sense by bringing him there. He said, I don't reside in Vaikuntha nor in the hearts of the yogis. Sorry. Naham vasami Vaikunte yoginam hridayena cha. Krishna is saying it. Mad bhakta yatra gayanti tatra tishtami. Where my devotees are glorifying my names, forms, qualities, and pastimes. Tatra tishtami. I reside there. O Narad. He's speaking this to Narada Muni. So there are other reasons why he appears. Srila Gurudev gave like 10 or 15 different reasons, but he said actually if I were to speak all of them, it would go at least for 10 days. Because he's fulfilling the promises of his devotees, or the curses of his devotees, which are also promises. When his devotee says something, because he's controlled by their love and affection, he's bound to comply, to follow. So these are also reasons for his appearance in this world.
Are you going to tell some?
In a human-like form, yes. Because otherwise, he doesn't need to. Why does he do it? Because he makes a promise that what his devotee says, this will come true. Our Gurudev said, Krishna, maybe he will tell the truth, maybe he won't tell the truth. We know that Krishna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra promised, I will never take up any weapons. And yet, when Bhishma Dev was fighting so valiantly, piercing Krishna, the horses, Arjuna with his arrows, At that time, Krishna got really upset with him, angry, jumped off the chariot, grabbed a broken chariot wheel from the ground, and ran up toward Bhishma Dev with his chariot wheel, with intent to cause great harm. Bhishma Dev threw down his bow and arrows, opened his arms and said, I have defeated you. You made a vow that you would not pick up any weapon in this battle, but you have broken that vow. He was so happy, but Arjuna grabbed Krishna and said, no, don't do this. But Krishna tells Arjuna, you declare it boldly that my devotee will never perish. Our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta, Narayan Goswami Maharaj has said, it may be that Mathura Krishna may lie. Mathuravasis may lie. It may be. Because they say that Krishna was born in Mathura, but he was not. Therefore, Krishna tells Arjuna, Chipram bhavati dharmatma sachvach chantimnya gachati kaunteya pratijanihi name bhakta pranashyati. O Kaunteya, O Arjuna, you should declare boldly to the world that my devotee will never perish. That person who is who accepts this, they are known as Dharma Atma. Means their Atma is fully imbued with real Sanatan Dharma, or the proper conception, the proper understanding. That Krishna's devotees will never perish, will never be failures. So he's telling Arjuna to declare it boldly. Because if the devotee makes that promise, Krishna is bound to follow. So there are many different reasons Srila Gurudev Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj has told. Of course we know that there's Krishna in Braj and Krishna in Mathura. Mathuresh Krishna and Dwarkadish Krishna are not exactly the same as Krishna in Vrindavan. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has confirmed this by stating, Vrindavanam parityajya svagatim naiva gachati, padam ekam na gachati. The original Krishna of Vrindavan never steps one footstep outside of Vrindavan. In other words, who is Mathuresh Krishna, Dwarkadish Krishna? They are the manifestations of the original Krishna, but they are not the original Krishna. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has told to Sanatana Goswami, Krishna Swarup Vichar Shuno Sanatan Advait Gyan Tattva Braje Brajendra Nandan. The truth about Krishna and his nature, who he is, the supreme, non-dual, absolute truth, Advait Gyan Tattva, is none other than Braje Brajendra Nandan, Vrindavan's son of Nanda Maharaj, Krishna, of Vrindavan. And this is confirmed also in the verse by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, wherein he says, Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu matamidam tatradaro napara. This is the opinion of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and there is nothing beyond it. Aradhyo Bhagavan Brajeshatanaya. The supreme, topmost worshipful form of Bhagavan is Brajeshatanaya. Means the dearmost darling son of Nanda Maharaj in Vrindavan. Also, Brajesh, Srila Gurudev Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj has described, also means Braj Ishwari, or Vrindavan Ishwari. That is Srimati Radhika. So the dearmost of Srimati Radhika. This is the topmost, supremely worshipful form. All others are manifestations from him. As mentioned in Bhagavatam, all of these different avatars were mentioned, but it says directly, Ete Changsa Kala Pungsa Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. All of them are his Kala. They are his manifestations, and they're representing any aspect of himself. But he himself, the complete conception, that is Krishna. And this is confirmed in Sri Brahma Samhita, Ram Adi Murti, and all of the other forms. Kala, they are like the Kala, the phase. This example has been given by our acharyas, just like the moon. There is the full moon. The moon is always full no matter what phase we see it in, but yet it's manifesting different aspects. Sometimes half, sometimes quarter, sometimes small, sometimes a sliver, sometimes not. Yet it is always there. So in Tattva they are all one. Krishna and all of his manifestations are not different in Tattva, from tattva vichar, or the perspective of tattva. But according to rasa vichar, the conception of rasa, there is unlimited difference. Sriram has taken a vow to marry how many wives?
One.
Only one, that is Sita. So how can he satisfy the desires of millions of gopis? Not as himself, but as Krishna.
Speaking of a world of difference, Srila Gurudev said, even Hanumanji, he said, so many are here worshipping Hanumanji.
Right.
And he said, but what will Hanumanji do if he sees the Sakhas slamming Krishna in the dust?
He won't be able to digest it.
He said he wouldn't be able to tolerate it.
Mm-mm.
He can't understand it. That is not his
nature.
Yes.
He couldn't even tolerate someone chanting the name of Ram while they were going to the toilet.
Right.
What to speak of someone slamming Ram into the dust and jumping on top of them. So the bhav is different. Tattva is one. Dipakchadeva hiratam taramapyupete dipayateva vritahetu samana dharma yastatrigeva hicha vishnutaya vibhati govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. In Sri Brahma Samhita it is said that just like there's one candle and that candle lights the next and the next and the next, there's no difference in that fire. Fire is fire is fire. And this is also confirmed in Sri Ishopanishad verse 1. Om.
Purnam adaha purnamidam.
I thought you were going to sing it.
Which version?
Om Purnam.
Namadaha purnamidam purnat purnamudachyate purnasya purnamadaya purnameva vashishyate. I was going to do that.
That's another verse of that.
Yes.
So, there you go. Om Purnam Madap Purnamidam Purnat Purnamadachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. That the Supreme Lord can manifest himself unlimitedly and still he never loses any part of himself. So this verse is saying that in Tattva, Vishnu Tattva, Krishna Tattva, they're all one. And yet, there's speciality among them. Balaram is his first expansion, from whom all of the other ones manifest. He's not different from Krishna, as we spoke on Baladev Purnima. And yet he is not Krishna. He's himself. There's a speciality in their bhavs. There's a speciality according to rasa. And there's a speciality according to their function. Ram, Sri Ramchandra is known as Maryada Purushottama. The Supreme Personality of establishing rules and regulations, following them himself, and making sure others follow them as well. So those who are following are known to be in Ram Rajya. Krishna is known as which Purushottam?
Leela.
Leela Purushottam. Supreme Personality of pastimes.
Sweetness, beauty.
Engaging in all kinds of pastimes with his loving devotees. He even has a few extra sweetnesses that others don't possess. His Leela Madhuri, speciality of his pastimes, the sweetness of his pastimes. Guna Madhuri, the speciality of his qualities. Venu Madhuri, the speciality of his flute, which no other avatar carries as their prominent instrument. Baladev Prabhu has a flute.
It's his weapon, actually.
Yeah, but it's not the same kind of weapon as the other weapons that others have. And Prema Madhuri, the sweetness of his love and affection. And the love and affection of his devotee.
By the way.
Peacock Madhuri. Peacock Feather Madhuri. This is a speciality, but this is also one of his special qualities, Guru Madhuri. No other form wears a peacock feather. If you see them with a peacock feather, that's just implying that they're manifested from the original form. But Narasimhadev is not wearing a peacock feather while he's ripping apart millions of demons. Now there's Matsya Avatar, the fish incarnation, wearing a peacock feather as he's swimming in the water. Have you ever seen a peacock feather in the water? It doesn't look very good.
On God it would.
Of course. But still, only Krishna has a peacock feather. This is established in all the Siddhanta, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and all other works of our acharyas. And only Krishna in Vrindavan holds a flute as his main instrument.
We were listening to Srila Prabhupada yesterday. Was it yesterday?
Yes.
And Srila Prabhupada was saying that some person, I think from London or something, came and they saw the deity of Krishna and Srimati Radhika, and he said something to the effect of, oh, I've been everywhere and I've seen so many different deities of Kali and
He called them gods.
And called them gods. There's so many gods. And he goes, but now I believe that this is actually God. Because Srila Prabhupada was establishing God doesn't work. Like if you were God, would you work?
Is it natasya karyam karanam cha vidyate?
Yes, so he was saying he doesn't work. Why would he work? And so this person walks in and sees Krishna with the flute and said, yes, this is God.
With Srimati Radhika.
This
right?
is God. He's enjoying. He's playing. He's playing the flute and he's so happy. So he was expressing that. Srila Prabhupada was saying, even a lay person can understand. He doesn't need any weapon. He doesn't need to work. He's playing. So he said, this is
This
God.
person was recognizing that Durga and Kali, they have so many weapons and they're dealing with
Everyone
all of these
has
different
weapons.
Yes, but Krishna, well, he has the most dangerous weapon of all. Be careful. Bandhu sange jadita baranga parihas.
We are going to sing it. We're supposed to.
Maybe we should right now, since
Okay.
I mentioned it.
You didn't even start with the birthday or the appearance Leela in Mathura.
No. Okay, we'll do that after.
Oh.
Bandhu sange has to come after that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. So, coming back to this point, Krishna's specialities are unique to himself, although he has unlimited manifestations of himself. Careful there with the wire.
Yeah.
Okay. He has unlimited manifestations of himself, yet there is a speciality of Braj Krishna that is different than Mathuresh Krishna and Dwarkadesh Krishna. In fact, it is said that when Krishna is in Vrindavan, because he is the source of all other incarnations, I'm going to go back to that verse from Brahma Samhita. It is mentioning all of the different candles, and fire is fire, but still there's the speciality of the original one, the one that started all the others, so to speak. That is Krishna of Vrindavan. That is Krishna of Vrindavan. And all of the other forms are within him. In Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is stated very clearly that it is not the responsibility or function of Braj Krishna to kill demons. His function is to enjoy and play and taste sweet love and affection of the Brajavasis. It is the Vishnu avatars within him whose function it is to kill the demons. They're all within him. And that same Krishna, also within him, has Mathuresh Krishna, Dwarkadesh Krishna. They are also within him, but they are manifestations of himself. So once upon a time, there was great difficulty in the world. So many problems.
So many demons.
So many demons. And of course, the time was coming for Krishna's manifestation. One of the reasons was because Dharma and his wife, Bhumi, in the forms of cows and a bull, in the form of cow and a bull, they had been attacked. Their legs were beaten and broken. Why? Because when one is not following the rules of Dharma, religion, and doing all kinds of simple activities, this is destruction of Dharma. Many people don't think about it, but simply lying or being untruthful or manipulative, this is breaking the leg of Dharma. Already, Satyam. I think there's still a little bit of Satyam left, truth. But it's very rare to find a real honest person anymore. I think it was Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj said, in my whole life I've never told a lie. Very rare to find that nowadays, especially in these parts.
I read somewhere this British person was saying that
back in the day, right?
Yeah, when they were ruling here, they said that the Indians, they were so surprised, they would rather die or they would rather be incarcerated than lie to get out of it. That wasn't so long ago.
Wow.
That they were so truthful, they wouldn't tell a lie to, just get out of being, put in jail or being put to death or something.
We don't find that much here anymore. So, coming back to the point, Satyam Socham Panam, And what's the last one? A daya. So 4 legs. Satyam, truthfulness. Socham, cleanliness. Panam means intoxication. And daya means mercy. So animals are being killed and eaten. There's not much mercy. That leg was already beaten a long time ago of dharma. Cleanliness. That one is represented by what Srila Prabhupada requested his disciples to make a vow to avoid the dirtiness, which is represented by the vow no illicit sex. It is considered dirty to run around and be with many partners and do all of these things. And the other one, panam, that is the intoxication. So these ones were already being abused so heavily. But there was one thing left. The last leg of religion was satyam, but also that was being beaten. That is truthfulness. And Bhumi Devi, Mother Earth, was also being plundered for her wealth, her treasures, and everything else. Like she is today. Pumping for oil, making strip mines, and doing all of these things. So they were in such a dreadful, sorry state, they approached Lord Brahma. And actually, they didn't complain. They mentioned that this is our own karma. But Lord Brahma understood what's going on. So he went with them to the shore of Kshasagar, the ocean of milk. And there he began to pray. This is how Lord Brahma contacts the Lord on behalf of the demigods and Dharma himself and Mother Earth, etc. He goes to the shore of the ocean of milk, Kshasagar, and prays to Kshirodakshaya Vishnu from within the core of his heart. And then he receives a response within his heart. Tene Brahma Hrida. Within his heart, he receives a response. The response that came was, very soon I will appear. You should tell all of the demigods and their wives that they should take birth in the families of the Yadus within Mathura, Vrindavan, and the surrounding areas. And I will make my manifestation very soon. So he was coming to take care of business. So for the benefit of his devotees, he's manifesting. I just looked down and I see Sudevi Devi Dasi said hi.
I said it to
Hi.
Bhagavati.
So Lord Brahma took them very high up to the Kshasagar, the ocean of milk, and that promise came. Now, it so happened that at that time, some personalities who long time before had desired to have Bhagavan as their son were also desiring and trying to have another son. They wanted the Lord as their son. So originally their names were Prishni and Sutapa. And they had prayed to the Lord to come as their son. Intense austerities for thousands of years. So he came first as their son in the form of Prishni Garbha, meaning from the womb of Prishni. This is one incarnation of the Lord. Then he came again as their son. They were Kashyapa and Aditi. He came as the younger brother of Indra or Upendra, otherwise known as Vamandev. And so this Prishni and Sutapa came again as Vasudev Maharaj and Devaki. And he had promised that he would come 3 times as their son. So they came back as Vasudev and Devaki. It so happened to be the day of their marriage. And Devaki's brother, his name is King Kamsa. He wasn't a king then. He was her brother, a prince. So he was so fond of his sister and so proud of her. He loved her so much. He wanted to be the charioteer for her on her wedding. And her father had given so much dowry in charity. You cannot imagine the dowries of those days. Solid golden chariots, along with elephants, decorated beautifully, and horses, thousands and millions of cows, and tons of maidservants as well. And tons of wealth. So this is a great festive day. There was a beautiful ceremony, and Kamsa is very proud, driving his sister and her new husband Vasudev Maharaj to their residence. Everyone is watching, it's a festive day, and suddenly a voice, a loud booming voice from the sky said, Kamsa, you are such a fool. You do not know that the 8th child of your sister will be your doom, will be your death. He had a demonic temperament. He used to maintain association with all kinds of ruffian personalities like Jarasandha, Shishupal, Dantavakra, and so many other demons. Immediately, this demonic temperament came out. Mind you, he had so much love and affection for his sister. Hiranyakashipu had so much love and affection for his son. But the moment he felt threatened by him, even in a slight way, and the moment Kamsa felt threatened by his sister, he took her hair in his hand, grabbed his sword, and was about to sever her head from her body. Vasudev Maharaj was petitioning Kamsa, please don't do this, it won't look good for you. It's her wedding day. Look, everyone is watching. How can you do this? How can you kill your own sister on her wedding day with everyone watching? Plus, it's going to be the 8th child, not the 1st, and that won't come for a long time. Who knows if we'll even have children? What to speak of an 8th child? Vasudev Maharaj was begging in so many different ways. Please don't do it. But Kamsa was in a state of rage. And anyone in a state of rage, it's very difficult to communicate with them. As any family member, married couple can understand. You kind of have to wait till things calm down, and then when everyone's level-headed and grounded, then communication can resume. But if someone is in a state of anger, no matter what you say or what you do, you can't get around it. So Kamsa was in a state of anger, rage, and fear. He wanted to root out the source of what would be his doom. Vasudev Maharaj was desperate in this way and that way. What can I do? What can I do? And then he had to take emergency measures. What were the emergency measures? He had to offer something that was good enough to stop Kamsa from killing his new wife at that moment, from Kamsa from killing his own sister. So he said, I promise, if we have any children, I will deliver them unto you to do with as you wish. Then Kamsa became a bit pacified. Okay, I'll have full control, so I don't have to worry. This is the demonic temperament of demons that Krishna speaks about in Srimad Bhagavad Gita. I am perfect, powerful, and happy. Those who are basically glorifying me and loving me, they're close to me. Oh, I will love them, I will protect them. Anyone who disagrees with me or goes against me, I will destroy them. I am the Lord of all I survey. So this is a demonic temperament. So Kamsa had this kind of nature. In fact, it is said that Kamsa was the offspring of rape, wasn't he? Mm-hmm. His mother was raped by a demon, and he picked up those demonic temperaments. It's not that anyone who's a product of rape will have that, but Kamsa ended up having that kind of nature. We cannot guarantee. Prahlad was born in a family of demons, the product of Hiranyakashipu, and yet he was a pure devotee of the Lord. So we can't say that just because someone is a product of that, that's how they're going to be. So we just need to qualify that. So, Vasudev Maharaj arrested Kamsa and Devaki. Kamsa Maharaj arrested Vasudev and Devaki. Did I get that right? Please forgive me. I've been fasting all day. Only a little water to keep my throat dry enough that, how do you say, saturated enough so I can continue my seva. So, he arrested them and kept them in prison. Vasudev Maharaj and Devaki, after some time, they had their first child, and they brought him to Kamsa. And Kamsa thought, oh, he's maintaining his vow. I understand that he's an honest person, a good-hearted person. And so Kamsa's heart became soft. Now it's an uncle. It's like, oh, it's okay. You can take this child back with you. Because this child means no harm to me. This is not the 8th child. So Kamsa was feeling a little soft-hearted at that time. But in order to herald the advent of Krishna faster, Krishna's great and wonderful devotee, the transcendental troublemaker, Sri Narad Muni came and began to speak with Kamsa. Are you sure you can trust that voice from the sky? Don't you know? They're very tricky. Is the 8th child going to come at the 8th, or is the 8th child going to come as number 7? Maybe it's cyclical. Maybe we don't know. Maybe he'll come first or second. We don't know. And so Narada Muni was trying to bring Krishna as soon as possible. There's a great reason why so many children of Vasudeva and Devaki had to leave. I read today that they represented the first 6 represented Kam, Krodh, Lobha, Moha, Mada, and Matsarya. This lust, anger, greed, madness, envy, and pride. Once those are destroyed, then Guru Tattva can come and make his presence in the form of Baladev Prabhu, and then Krishna can manifest. So there are many different reasons, but there was also a history behind it, why these 6 had to leave. The 7th one was a miscarriage. That was Baladev Prabhu. We spoke about this on Baladev Purnima. And of course, the 8th child, we know who is going to come. That is Krishna. In Mathura, Vasudeva, Krishna. So, Vasudeva Maharaj and Devaki, one after another, they were giving their children to Kamsa. And Kamsa was taking them and killing them. One after another, after another, after another. Those 6 he killed in horrific, horrendous ways. And then the 7th, Devaki was pregnant for quite some time, but then it apparently happened that she had a miscarriage. What did she miscarry? She miscarried Balaram. That Balaram in her womb, who was Mathuresh Balaram, was attracted, Sankarshan, to the Balaram, the original Balaram, within the womb of another wife of Vasudeva Maharaj, that is Rohini, who was placed in Braj under the care of Nanda Baba and Yashoda. She was living in Vrindavan at the time. Kamsa was so afraid that he had made arrangements. Basically, it was a very dangerous time because he was killing all newborn children everywhere. He was afraid that this 8th child would be manifest and would kill him. So, this 7th one was attracted to the womb of Rohini in the form of Balaram. The original was in her womb already, and then the one from the womb of Devaki entered into the womb of Rohini, and there was a 14-month gestation, and then Balaram was born in Vrindavan. And now, Devaki is pregnant with her 8th child. Kamsa was very, very concerned. He had them shackled within the prison by their arms and their legs, that they cannot do anything, they cannot go anywhere, they cannot leave. He was very afraid, always afraid. And so, are we supposed to tell this a little later?
No, this is it. Look, it's almost 9. It's time to tell it.
Time flies.
Do you want to sing in between?
No, this part is okay. So,
I'm getting excited. Come on. The shackles were loosened.
that comes later.
Oh, they were shackled.
Vasudeva and Devaki were shackled, and Kamsa had been killing one child after another, after another, after another. He was surprised about the apparent miscarriage of number 7. So this is very confusing. Now he doesn't know if the 7th is coming next or the 8th is coming next. And then Devaki is pregnant again. This time, how did she get pregnant? By mantra. Vasudeva Maharaj. They were shackled. So Vasudeva Maharaj, he had brought that Supreme Lord into his heart. And from his heart, then he told mantra into the ear of Devaki. This is called Diksha. And by that mantra entered her ear, into her heart, and then into her womb in the form of Vasudeva Krishna. Within the womb of Devaki, so many thousands and millions of demigods were offering so many wonderful prayers. she was glowing, brilliant, and beautiful, like Vasudeva Maharaj had been when he had carried him within his heart. She had become even more beautiful, and Kamsa understood that she was pregnant just by seeing how beautiful she had become, how effulgent she had become. So at that time when he's in the womb, Krishna's in the womb of Devaki, thousands and millions of demigods are offering so many beautiful prayers. When the time was right, at midnight, when everyone else was asleep, no one else knew, this Krishna manifested, was not born from the womb of Devaki, but manifested as Sriman Narayan in a beautiful four-armed form, holding a conch shell, disc, club, and lotus flower.
16 years youth.
Appearing as a beautiful 16-year-old, wearing his pitambar, yellow clothing, a helmet, not a peacock feather, helmet, and a long garland down to his knees. Immediately Vasudeva and Devaki began to offer so many prayers to him, recognizing that he is Bhagavan, offering prayers at his feet. You are the Supreme Lord, you are the creator of everything. In a very submissive mood, not as mother and father. And then he told them so much about their past and so many other things. And then Devaki begged, please, we prayed to have you as our son, please take a baby form. But still, even as a baby, they always had this Aishwarya Bhav toward him, understanding that he came as their son, but he's Bhagavan.
Before he became a baby, did he say something to them?
Just before becoming a baby. I had to tell that part first.
Okay.
Because he came, but they still had Aishwarya Bhav
Yes.
toward him. Before becoming a baby, he gave them an order. But don't keep me here. You should bring me to the house of Nanda Baba and Yashoda. That is the family of Vasudeva Maharaj. Why? Vasudeva Maharaj and Nanda Maharaj have the same great-grandfather. And from that same great-grandfather, I can't remember his name at the moment, Rudra Prabhu probably knows, came Parjanya on the side of Nanda Baba from the queen who was a Vaishya. And the other queen was Kshatriya. So from the Kshatriya side came Vasudeva Maharaj, and from the Vaishya side came Nanda Maharaj through Parjanya and all of the brothers of Nanda Baba. So they're also Yadu Vangsha. And Yashoda, she has another name, Devaki. Devaki is her birth name. Yashoda means one who spreads fame all over the world. Why? Because she's Krishna's mother. Yashoda, who gives fame. But her birth name is Devaki. So this Devaki is the wife of Vasudeva Maharaj, and this Devaki is the wife of Nanda Maharaj. Nanda Baba. Jayati Janavaso Devaki Janmavado. This verse says that from the womb of Devaki, Krishna was Janma. He was born, Janma. But he was not born from the womb of Devaki in the jail cell of King Kamsa. He appeared, he manifested there, but he was not born there, although he was present within the womb of Devaki for some time. That was Devaki and Vasudev's Krishna, otherwise known as Vasudev. Vasudev Krishna. So he said, take me to Nanda Baba, take me to Gokul, and replace me with the newborn daughter of Yashoda. Vasudeva Maharaj was in shackles. How am I going to do that? He was told, don't worry, everything will be okay. He made everyone fall asleep. He made all the shackles come off. The jail cells opened, and Vasudeva Maharaj was able to take this baby. Oh, it is said that Devaki at that point gave him milk once. Some Vatsalya Prem is there, but also there's Aishwarya Mayi Prem. It is saturated with Aishwarya Bhav. So Vasudeva Maharaj was bringing this Krishna toward Vrindavan from Mathura. Now remember that Krishna is not the original Krishna, that is Mathuresh Krishna. Vasudeva Maharaj couldn't see which way to go. It began storming, so much heavy rain and lightning and thunder. And he was looking which way. Jamuna was flooding. You should see Jamuna now. Very, very big, moving very quickly, quite dangerous. And during the heavy rainstorms, even more. So it was a heavy rainstorm. And Vasudeva Maharaj was searching, how can I go? How can I go? At that moment, he saw something interesting. A jackal had run across Jamuna. And he thought, oh, this place I can go. Still, as he went into Jamuna, he was going. He didn't realize that from above, Ananta Shesha was covering. But still Jamuna was getting very, very high. So he started lifting Krishna. But Jamuna is getting higher, and he starts lifting Krishna higher. Jamuna is getting higher. Why? Because she wants to touch the feet of Krishna. So Jamuna is coming high, he's holding Krishna on his head. And Krishna touched his feet to Jamuna to pacify her. And Vasudeva Maharaj was able to cross. In the middle of the night, that same night, Mother Yashoda had given birth. At the same time that, what? Oh. Am I going too far?
No. Go ahead.
So, Vasudeva Maharaj was bringing Krishna across Jamuna. And he brought this Krishna, his Krishna, to the home of Nanda and Yashoda. You ready?
You can continue.
No, you come.
No, go.
Here, let me move out of the way so you can come back in.
Okay.
So Debbie's looking at me. When she's looking at me, I can't think.
No, I'm listening. That's why I stay in the other room when he's speaking, because every time I'm doing this, he's like, what? So, what happened? At the same moment that Vasudeva appeared in the cell of Kamsa Maharaj, at that moment, Yashoda Maya gave birth to Krishna. It is said, I think it is Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, he was reciting Gopal Champu, and there he was saying that Mother Yashoda had fallen asleep. She didn't even realize she had given birth to a daughter. When the shackles were released off of Vasudeva, when he was carrying that now tiny baby Krishna to Vrindavan, at that moment, the daughter was born. So, Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, I believe, or Srila Gurudev, one of our excellent acharyas, is explaining that at that time, it was Yogamaya who appeared right there as that little child. So Vasudeva, he brings his child, Vasudeva Krishna, and he only sees the daughter lying there. So he puts his Vasudeva Krishna down and picks up that baby girl. Shastra is explaining that when he takes that little girl, then it is no longer Yogamaya. She's staying in Vrindavan. And that now he's bringing back Mahamaya. Or Durga. Another, I think it is from Srila Prabhupada, where he says the moment Kamsa touches her, she turns to Mahamaya or Durga. But so he takes that baby and he goes back. I think Srila Gurudev was explaining the rain was torrential and it was pouring down, so no one was outside at the time. So Vasudeva was able to come in, take that child, and then go back to the cell. When he went back, automatically everything went back to the way it was. Everyone was asleep. He put the shackles back on. And Srila Prabhupada explains that because this daughter now, it wasn't her own daughter, she became even more protective of it. Devaki was feeling that now I have the daughter of like my sister. They had such a close relationship, Nanda Baba and Yashoda Maya, with Vasudeva and Devaki. And so now she knows that she's holding the daughter of Yashoda. So she's feeling even more like, how can I stop Kamsa from killing her? It was told that a son would be born. So she was thinking all of these ways how to protect this little girl. Now she knows that her child is Bhagavan. He is the Lord. He is God. So she's not so concerned. but now she's afraid for this baby girl. Our Srila Gurudev said, when Vasudeva appeared in the jail cell of Kamsa in front of Devaki and Vasudeva, automatically they began to worship him and offer prayers. And he said, but in Braj, in Gokul, when Krishna was born from the womb of Mother Yashoda, she is his eternal mother. When he is born, she didn't offer any prayers. Nothing like that happened. Gurudev said she offered her breast milk. Today I was listening to Srila Gurudev, and he said that when the heart begins to melt, there is a transformation. So in Mother Yashoda, that transformation came out in the form of tears and her breast milk. Looking at her beautiful son, she gave that as her offering. And Krishna closed his eyes and fell asleep. It is said that Vasudeva Krishna, that four-armed form of the Lord who now is a baby lying on the bed of Yashoda Maya, merged into the body of Krishna. The original Krishna. Krishna is only for Leela, as we have heard. He's only there to taste sweetness, to have relationship with his devotees. This is what he wants, and he's greedy for it. So much so that we know that he becomes a thief. What to speak of stealing the hearts? He's stealing butter. He does so many naughty things because he's so greedy for these beautiful leelas with his devotees. I remember once Srila Gurudev asked, why is Dwarka Krishna crying then? If he's not that Krishna, if he's a separate kind of Krishna, he belongs eternally in Dwarka and Mathura. Gurudev said, because he remembers. Even though he is Dwarkadish or Mathura Krishna, he remembers what it is like to have that kind of relationship, and he's weeping for it.
Wow.
How extraordinary is it? So,
I just wanted to add these proofs from Srila Prabhupada's
Okay.
books regarding the son of
Devaki.
Yashoda. The son of Yashoda being Krishna.
okay, yeah.
So before Sudevi goes on, from the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam 10.4.9, that is written by Srila Prabhupada, he's explaining the word Anuja, because there it said Krishna Anuja, meaning the younger sister, is significant. When Vishnu or Krishna took birth from Devaki, he must have simultaneously taken birth from Yashoda also. Otherwise, how could Yogamaya have been Anuja, the Lord's younger sister? So that's written in Prabhupada's purport here. In the purport of 10.3.47, Srila Prabhupada writes, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur discusses that Krishna appeared simultaneously as the son of Devaki and as the son of Yashoda, along with the spiritual energy Yogamaya. As the son of Devaki, he first appeared as Vishnu. And because Vasudeva was not in the position of pure affection for Krishna, Vasudeva worshipped his son as Lord Vishnu. We just spoke about this. Yashoda, however, and this is where Sudevi came in, pleased her son Krishna without understanding his godhood. In other words, she just gave her milk. This is the difference between Krishna as the son of Yashoda and Krishna as the son of Devaki. This is explained by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur on the authority of Harivangsha. And then this is confirmed in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya Lila 167, Krishnonyo yadu sambhuto yapurna sostyata para Vrindavanam parityaja svakachinnaiva gacchati. The Krishna known as Yadu Kumar is Vasudeva Krishna. He is different from the Krishna who is the son of Nanda Maharaj. Yadu Kumar Krishna manifests his pastimes in the cities of Mathura and Dwarka, but Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaj, never at any time leaves Vrindavan. So these are written by Srila Prabhupada. Our Gurudev was telling it again and again. When I first heard Gurudev tell it, I was thinking, yeah, right, because I just had never heard it before. But here we have it confirmed by Srila Prabhupada, and he's confirming it by the medium of well, Durga herself, and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, and all of our Rupanuga Gaudiya Guru Varga, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. So this is further proof that our Srila Prabhupada was giving what Mahaprabhu came to give and what Rupa Goswami came to give, and that our Gurudev was giving nothing different. Same wine, new bottle.
So, when Yashoda had Krishna, our Gurudev is explaining that there was an umbilical cutting ceremony, that this happened, and that, I think it's Gopal Champu, it's explaining that when Krishna is born, they find out, and the town criers start calling out that Nanda has had a son, and everyone begins to celebrate. Because for so long, Gurudev would say that Yashoda Maya was middle-aged, and he said about 50. He said she was somewhat middle-aged. And so she had been trying to have a child for so long. It is said that she would just sit there with her head hanging down and feeling so much sadness in her heart. She followed so many vrats, she did so many austerities hoping for a child. One day she went to Nanda Baba and she told him, he wasn't Nanda Baba, Nanda Maharaj, and she told him, I have this mood within my heart that I want to follow the Dvadashi Vrat for 1 year. And Nanda Maharaj went to the Brahmins, everyone said, yes, this is good. So they went to Jamuna and they bathed. And then when she came out, a very beautiful, elderly, like sadhu brahmacharini, she came to Vrindavan, it was Purnamasi. And she sat down and Yashoda went to her and touched her feet and began to cry. And she began to tell her about her heart, how she wants a child. Purnamasi took her in her lap and she put her hand on her head and blessed her that surely she will have a child very soon. So after this, they're following this vrat for some time. It is said that all of the Brajabasis, they all followed the vrats with them.
Wow.
They had so much love and affection for Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj that they were also very morose and depressed, and whenever there was a vrat to be followed by Nanda and Yashoda, they also performed that vrat. So one day, after some time, Nanda Maharaj had a dream, and he saw this beautiful, like blackish monsoon, like beautiful, gorgeous child. And he saw this beautiful baby enter into his mind and into his heart. And I believe it is said that then he saw that it left his heart and entered the womb of Yashoda. And he woke up and he realized she is pregnant. She's going to have our child. And so he went to the Brahmins and everyone agreed, yes, yes, this is going to be your child. Everyone was so happy. So when Nanda and Yashoda had this beautiful baby boy, everyone in all of Braj started to celebrate. That Vatsalya Prem didn't only enter the heart of Yashoda, Maya, and Nanda Baba. That Vatsalya Prem entered into all of those elderly gopis and gopas. They all felt, my own child has been born. My own Lala is here. And they were running and rushing with everything beautiful they had to give to offer to this newborn baby boy. Everyone was celebrating. Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj was explaining that not only Brahmins were coming and Nanda and Yashoda were giving, but everyone was coming, even the demigods. They were so astonished by the happenings going on in Vrindavan that they came down to earth without anyone knowing and were begging alms from Nanda and Yashoda, and they were giving and giving and giving with so much happiness. But across the Yamuna, in Mathura, morning had come, and Devaki was frightened. What will happen? What will happen to this child of Yashoda's? Kamsa heard a baby crying, and he thought the 8th child, the 8th son of Devaki, the one who was supposed to kill me, he has been born. immediately he went running toward that jail. And he went to grab this baby out of the arms of Devaki, and Devaki was holding on, crying, "This is a little girl. It's a little girl, please." At first, when the first children were born, he thought, it's the 8th one that will kill me. So, I'll let you out of the jail. It won't be a big thing. But then Nard Rishi came. He wanted to speed up the process so that Krishna would come sooner. So he's like, hey, you don't know which one will be the 8th. Krishna is tricky. God is tricky. That's when he started killing all of the babies. So now he sees that this newborn child, he didn't care whether it was a girl or a boy. This is the 8th child. He went and he tried to grab the baby, and that baby girl slipped out of his hand. And as it slipped out of his hand, that Yogamaya that had been born to Yashoda now was Mahamaya at the touch of Kamsa. And as she went up into the air, she kicked him in the head. As Durga. And this was his worshipable deity. This is who he was worshiping. She kicked him in the head and went up into the sky. Kamsa, you fool. You are a fool. You don't know that the 8th child of Devaki has already been born somewhere else. So this is another proof.
It was directly in Srimad Bhagavatam, the words, has taken birth somewhere else.
She said, he has been born somewhere else. He will kill you. And then she disappeared. Kamsa was astonished. Now, he only thought of Krishna. This boy is going to kill me. He has been born. He cheated me. Somehow or other, I came in here, they're still chained. They're shackled, and yet he has been born somewhere else. So what did he do? He called all of his demon friends, asking, I need help. Kamsa actually one time had tried to enter into Vrindavan. And Purnamasi grabbed him, and she dunked him in which?
Brahmakund.
In Brahmakund. And he came out a girl. And he just freaked out and started like, no, change me back. And he ran away. He was so afraid to come to Braj. So Kamsa, he thought, who is powerful like me, or even more powerful? That person who can actually defeat me is perhaps the person that can kill Krishna, can kill whoever this boy is. He doesn't know it's Krishna yet. So Putana comes. Putana was the one demon that Kamsa couldn't defeat. She was so powerful.
How many elephants we heard today from Gurudev?
Gurudev said like
50,000.
50,000. He said like 50,000. In Shastra it says 10,000, but think about it. Gurudev once said, if one elephant came into this assembly, right? If you're sitting in a mandir and one mad, raging elephant came in, how much damage would it do? And who could control it? If you've ever seen, not that I have, on YouTube, and you see an elephant getting out of a zoo or running away, running through the streets, everyone is running like mad. Everyone is so fearful. Oh my God, there's a mad elephant. This is one. Gurudev said, now do 10. Think of 10. Now think of 50 elephants in one assembly. 10,000 elephants raging mad with that kind of power. That is Putana. Today we were listening to Gurudev and he said, Putana, what does that mean?
What is not pure.
And also, Gurudev once said, Putra, like she couldn't have a child. It's one of the reasons
You said it? Putrana.
Yes, like she was so envious. I think it's Gopal Champu that is explaining that she was a killer of children. She was called a Kishori witch, and she could fly in the sky. She would go around eating babies. So Gopal
Champu,
drinking their blood. Gopal Champu says that she would eat babies. Okay, she's 12 miles long. That's how high she is. So I mean, think about a mountain. We were thinking
It's like further than here to Mathura.
Well, like Mount Meru.
Mount Meru.
Or Mount Meru is...
I don't know. Mount Everest? Are you talking about
Mount Everest is like
it's 5 miles high.
She was 12 miles high. And it is said that she would eat children like somebody would eat palmfuls of rice. That's how she was so big, and she.
I hope there's children watching this. This is awesome.
She would eat children like palmfuls of rice. Kamsa knew, I can't defeat her, and she's loyal to me. She's become like a sister to me. And her brothers, like Trinavarta is one of her brothers, so they're also loyal to me. I don't remember. So she comes and she says, Kamsa, I will do it. I will go and I will find him. And I don't remember specifically, but I think Narada Muni or someone told him that wherever this Vishnu or Krishna is born, his Shakti will also appear there. Like Lakshmi Narayan, Sita Ram, that Shakti will always be with him. So she decided to go everywhere and to take all of the children and kill them. Sometimes we hear that that's one of the ways that like Chandravali and Srimati Radhika are sisters actually. And Putana took them, and as she's flying with them, she dropped a couple of babies. So they were dropped in different kunds and they landed on lotus flowers. So in one kalpa, this is one of the ways that they appear. So Putana's going everywhere trying to find all of the babies and kill them. She knew from Kamsa that Vrindavan was something special. That it's a very particular kind of place because of what happened to him. So she came here disguised. She knew she wouldn't be able to just come in any form. So Gurudev said 3 days, but it could be 3 days to 3 weeks after Krishna's birth. Putana enters Vrindavan. I don't remember where it was. I think it's Gopal Champu. But it said that even the most beautiful demigoddesses, Apsaras, even Ramba, the god of, who's the Kuvera's wife, she is like a frog in front of the beauty of Putana when she made herself as beautiful as the goddess of fortune. She came walking through all of the gullies of Gokul, searching for any babies, looking, is there any newborn children? And she was so gorgeous. It is explained that all of the Gopas were shocked when they saw her. They were like with their mouths open. How astonishingly beautiful. How gorgeous is she? The goddess of fortune, the wife, the consort of Narayan has graced us. She's going to bless our Krishna. Finally, Putana comes into the courtyard of Nanda Bhavan, of Gokul. Going in there, Yashoda and Rohini, they see her. And immediately they feel blessed. Oh, she's going to bless my Lala. She's going to bless my baby. She couldn't think of anything better. But when Putana came in, she looked at Yashoda and she said, oh, I see you have this beautiful child. She tried to make Yashoda Devi feel unworthy because Yashoda, she is the peak of Vatsalya Prem, of parental love for Krishna. There is no parental love higher than hers. She is the original Vatsalya Premi Guru. She is the mother of Krishna. So there she is, seeing this Putana. Putana's telling her, your breast milk is like not so sweet. It's not so nourishing like mine. And out of humility, because Yashoda is always thinking, how is it that this child came to me? I'm not worthy of it. He is so gorgeous, so beautiful, so soft and tender. And she always felt, I'm not worthy of being his mother. This is what we hear about. Those who are the most high, who have the most love for Krishna, always feel themselves to be the most low. Immediately, Mother Yashoda, with her own hands, gave this darling baby Krishna into the hands of Putana. Putana turned away from them, and she was like rocking him and trying to coo him. But Krishna, he turned his eyes away. He didn't want to see her. I forget, there are a few reasons why. One of them was because she was a demon and he didn't want to see her. Another was because she was in the guise of a mother and she wanted to kill him.
And he knew he was going to have to kill her, so he didn't want to see.
He didn't want to see. So for so many reasons, Krishna, he turned his eyes away and didn't want to see. But finally, she started trying to get him to suck her breast. And Yashoda Maya and Rohini Maya, they're leaving Putana alone. They're thinking she's like Lakshmi Devi herself. Let her feed Krishna. He'll be nourished and he'll grow to be so strong because of her motherly milk. Finally, Putana starts to feed Krishna. And she's pretending like she's this loving mother. But all of a sudden, she put enough poison on her breast to kill 10,000 full-grown men. Wasn't it like
Something
that?
Something like that. Very powerful toxic poison.
A toxic poison. And she smeared that on her breast, and then she started to have Krishna suck her milk. And as she's doing it, she's thinking that she's going to kill him. This Krishna is going to die. And there's one thing that's kind of peculiar here. Everyone is astonished by Krishna, by his beauty, by his charm, his limbs, his feet, his eyes, his hair. Everything about him is sweet. But because she has no love for Krishna, she has no real affection for him, she doesn't actually see any of that. She's only thinking, I'm going to kill him. Krishna started to suck out that milk, but all of a sudden she started to feel as if her life energy was leaving her body. She could feel that this is no ordinary child. He's going to kill me. And immediately she started to take Krishna and trying to take him off of her breast. He was very tiny, tiny baby, couldn't even roll over on his own. But his lips would not let go. She started to push him off and she started to scream, leave me, child, leave me. But Krishna held on. No, you came to me. Anyone who approaches me, they come to my place, I will never let them leave. So Krishna was holding on and drinking out her milk and taking all of that poison from her.
And her life as well.
She started to run. She could no longer maintain this beautiful form, this Lakshmi, gorgeous, beautiful goddess. She could no longer maintain that form, and she started to grow into her hideous, ugly self with these wicked teeth, scattered hair, long nails. She started running, trying to get away. She was so tall that she was only able to run 2 feet. Now for her, that was quite far.
Miles.
Yes, and as she tried to run, it is said Krishna sucked out her life. And she fell. Gopal Champu explains that when she fell in one of Kamsa's, I think it was a mango orchard. It was all for Kamsa. But it is explained by Jiva Goswami that she was so sinful that even in death, she was killing.
Wow.
She was killing. She fell down dead. Now, Mother Yashoda, the embodiment of love and affection in that parental mood. Now she's thinking, what have I done? I have given my own son into the hands of this wicked demon. And now my son, my baby, that precious blue, gorgeous sapphire child of mine. Now he is probably dead. And she fainted. Rohini also couldn't help her at that moment. So all of the Brajabasis started running to see what had happened. Before this took place, Nanda Maharaj had gone to give some milk. So they would barter or they would give taxes. So to Kamsa, to the palace, they would bring milk and curd and ghee and all kinds of milk products. But then he would go to see Vasudeva. When he went to see Vasudeva, Vasudeva was saying, oh, I heard you had a son, and he was speaking with him. But he knew Kamsa was sending demons there. So he said, I see some inauspicious symptoms going around. You should return to Braj. You should return to Gokul very quickly. So Nanda Maharaj, Nanda Baba became somewhat fearful. What will happen? He immediately crossed Jamuna and he went to Gokul. And as he was entering into Gokul, he saw this huge form. But he saw her two breasts to be like huge mountain peaks. They couldn't understand what it was. They thought, have we arrived in the right place? Where is this? And they were looking around somewhat confused. All of the Brajabasis were running and trying to find Krishna. It is said that Krishna placed himself on the top of her breast so that all would be able to see him and know that he was okay. If he were anywhere else, they might not be able to see him. So he was still there. And immediately they got Krishna down and they started passing him. Yes, they started passing him like everybody was holding him, giving their heart's love. Remember, they also have this Vatsalya praying for Krishna. So they're all finally holding him, giving their blessings to him. But quickly, because they know Yashoda Maya is dying, she thinks her Lala is gone. So they make a chain and they finally, everyone is holding him, blessing him and giving him to the next beloved person. And finally, when Rohini Maya takes this beautiful baby Krishna, puts it in the lap of Yashoda, she again comes back to consciousness. It is said that she immediately gives her breast milk to Krishna and she's weeping and weeping. Nanda Baba told everyone immediately, chop that body up and burn it. It is said, like if there's anything poisonous, like a snake, what is it that snakes might sometimes keep their venom or their babies in their mouths, and even if you cut a snake, still you could die. If the venom from the fangs or the baby is there, it could still kill you. So
I've seen it. The head, even if you chop it, the head will keep biting
right,
and poison will come.
Right, so it is said that those kinds of creatures immediately must be burned. So he's said, she's like a snake, immediately burn her. But because of the touch of Krishna's body, she became purified. And as they were burning her body, the scent of a guru, was it a guru?
Yeah, and the chandan, it's like incense.
The most beautiful, I think it was a guru. This scent was going up.
That's
and
wood.
It even went up to Svarga. And they became astonished by that beautiful fragrance and were looking around, where is this coming from? And they were seeing that it was coming from Vrindavan. It went everywhere. And this is one of the tricks of Krishna, because this was happening in Gokul, in Vrindavan, but Braj is huge. And there are villages and people all over Braj. So when everyone saw this smoke and smelled the fragrance, they immediately realized maybe there's some festival, something is happening. So since the birth of Krishna, they didn't have that festival. They all came back. And all of a sudden they saw this demon, Putana. Everyone started hearing about it. And that beautiful Harikatha began to go all over. How sweet is Krishna. Even a demon came and tried to kill, but look at this. So then all the Brahmins came and they began to bathe Krishna and do all kinds of yagyas for his protection. And Krishna was lying there in the lap of Mother Yashoda with his eyes closed, drinking the sweetest, most nourishing thing of all, the love of his own mother.
When Sudevi was telling that Katha Putana, there's a verse in Srimad Bhagavatam, and we know of two major incidences when this verse has affected someone. It affected Pundarik Vidyanidhi, when Gadadhar Pandit was doubting. When that verse was recited to Pundarik Vidyanidhi, he manifested all Ashta Sattvic Bhavs, and Gadadhar Pandit realized, oh, Pundarik Vidyanidhi is no ordinary person. I want to accept him as my guru. And Mahaprabhu confirmed. Of course, Gadadhar Pandit is Srimati Radhika, and Pundarik Vidyanidhi is her father in Krishna Lila, Sri Vrindavan Maharaj. So that verse also was the same verse which attracted Shukadeva Goswami. Sudevi just told me today, Gurudev told, that Shukadeva Goswami had walked away from Ved Vyas. Ved Vyas was calling, oh my son, oh my son. He didn't hear anything. But upon hearing Harikatha, what Harikatha attracted Shukadeva Goswami to then accept Ved Vyas as his guru? This same verse, glorifying Krishna. How merciful is Krishna? Oops. Aho bhakiyam stanakalakutam jigam sayapayar apyasadi levegatim dhatri ucham tatonyam kamvadayalum sharanam vrajema. That's Srimad Bhagavatam 3:223. Alas, how shall I take shelter of one more merciful than he who granted the position of mother? You didn't even tell that yet, did you?
It's okay, go ahead.
To a she-demon, Putana, although she was unfaithful, and she prepared deadly poison to be sucked from her breast. So, hearing how merciful Krishna is.
And then as he's entering, he started hearing all these verses.
Yes, but that's the one that attracted Shukadeva Goswami to hear Srimad Bhagavatam from Ved Vyas.
One of the things Gita, I think, is asking her Krishna Kripa. I think it's, hey Kripa. Gita, yes, she was charmed, but not like one who loves Krishna. It was something from the beginning. I don't know if you were here yet, but we were speaking about, even if Krishna were to stand in front of us, we wouldn't be able to recognize him. We wouldn't see the charm and the sweetness that the real Brajabasis see, because he responds according to love. So we understand that Krishna is most beautiful, and that beautiful Shama Sundar, only when he is in front of Srimati Radhika is he showing his most absolute beautiful form, because there is no love comparable to hers. So he's trying to respond, and then she falls more in love, and then he has to try to become more beautiful. Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj says there's a transcendental beauty competition going on because Krishna responds. So what was the mood in Putana's heart? Of course he's a charming, beautiful baby, but she still wanted to kill him, so she didn't have love. She didn't see what the Brajabasis were seeing when they had darshan of Krishna. But yet, Krishna, because she came to Krishna in the guise of a mother and gave her breast milk to him. He closed his eyes and he accepted that. She came to me in the guise of a mother. So I will purify that poison in her heart, and I will give her an eternal position in Goloka Vrindavan as a nursemaid. Madhav Maharaj explained from Gurudev, remember that she didn't I think it was in Germany? I don't really remember. I don't want to quote it if I don't remember. Sripad Madhav Maharaj has some intricate ideas of what happened up there from Gurudev.
She has motherly affection toward Krishna in the transcendental realm. She's not in Gokul Vrindavan, she's in greater Goloka Vrindavan eternally, but that is her eternal position, and she feels perfectly satisfied and satiated. Maybe she's not giving Krishna her milk or whatever, but anyhow, she still has that Vatsalyata prem toward Krishna.
So I just wanted to explain that to Gita, because she's saying, but I thought she was charmed. Charm means that she, of course, he's a beautiful, cute, gorgeous baby boy, but she didn't have that kind of love and affection. So what Krishna did she see, really?
The point our gurus make is that we should be very careful. If Krishna were to stand in front of us, because we're not seeing him through the eyes of love, we may not recognize him at all. And Sudevi made the point already when he entered the arena of Kamsa.
The wrestling arena.
The wrestling arena. Everyone saw him according to the nature of their relationship toward him. Some saw him as their best friend, some saw him as Paramatma, some saw him as their son, some saw him as Cupid personified, and others saw him as death personified. So they were seeing him, and he was reciprocating according to the depth of the way that they approach him. So if he were to stand in front of us today, how would we see him? If we don't have eyes of love, would we even recognize him?
Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says no.
He's able to hide himself even from his best devotees. From Madhavendra Puri. Madhavendra Puripad didn't recognize his own Prananath. He thought it was an ordinary cowherd boy. So if he can hide from Madhavendra Puri, he can certainly hide from someone who has no praying, no love or affection. So we shouldn't think that just because Putana grabbed him and saw him that she was charmed by him. It may be that she only had a mood to kill him.
So, Kripa, they're having a conversation of who Putana was in a previous life.
In a previous life, there was one great personality who was glorified in Srimad Bhagavatam as one of our Mahajans. The personalities whose example we should follow. Mahajano Yenagata Sapanta. That person was the king of the demons, the grandson of Prahlad Maharaj. His name was Bali Maharaj. And he was performing a yajna to rule the entire universe, upper and lower planetary systems. He had already defeated everyone, and he was taking the vow, taking Achman and the Vrat to rule the entire universe. So big yajna was being done. Just at that moment, an avatar of Vishnu manifested in a way that was very charming, for the purpose of taking everything from poor Bali Maharaj. Sri Vamandev, the younger brother of Indra, Upendra Vamandev, in the form of a young, they call him a dwarf, Chota Brahmachari. Very sweet, very cute, very wonderful. When Bali Maharaj saw him, immediately he was charmed. And Bali Maharaj's guru, Shukracharya, warned him, be careful. I think he may be Vishnu, and he will cheat you of everything. And Bali Maharaj just laughed and said, if he's going to cheat me, there's nothing I can do better in anyway, but it's really cute, cool that he came looking like this. At the same time, Bali Maharaj's daughter, Ratnavali, she saw him, and she thought, oh, how sweet, how wonderful, how charming. Oh, if I had a son, I would want him to be just like him. I would want to give him my motherly affection. Immediately she had some vatsalyata toward him, but then she saw what happened. Vamandev, in essence, cheated her father. He said, I don't want anything, because Bali Maharaj was offering palaces and princesses and money and wealth and land, and he's like, I just need 3 small steps. 3 small steps. I'm just a brahmachari. Shukracharya is like, no! And Bali Maharaj is like, he rejected the order of his guru. Gurur nasasyat. If one does not reject the order of a guru who is against the worship of Krishna, then they themselves are fallen, and that guru themselves is fit to be rejected. So, who cannot save one from the path which leads to death? They are not fit to be in that position. Bali Maharaj rejected the order of his guru, who was against the service of Krishna, thereby becoming famous for his Atma Nivedan, or complete surrender to the Lord. So Vamandev took 3 steps. First step was all the lower planetary systems. Second step was all of the upper planetary systems. And he said, you offered me 3 steps. Where can I put my 3rd step? Bali Maharaj realized he's already taken everything. Everything. He's claimed everything. I only have one thing left, and that is myself. So he lowered his head, and Vamandev placed his foot on the head of Bali Maharaj and pressed him into the netherworld. He actually bound him up, bound him in snakes. So when the daughter of Bali Maharaj saw that was actually Vishnu who cheated my father and did this to him, she became so angry. She said, first she was thinking, oh, I'd like to have him as my son. But then she thought, if he were my son, I would poison him and kill him. So she had these moods and desires toward the Lord. Akama sarva kama va moksha kama udarati. As she approached him, he reciprocated by allowing her to express it that way. So she came back as Putana. The daughter of Bali Maharaj came back as Putana and got to breastfeed Krishna, but also tried to kill him at the same time. So, but anyhow, Krishna accepted. He removed all of the poison, sucked out her milk and her life as well, and gave her an eternal position as a nursemaid in Goloka Vrindavan. How merciful is Krishna. So before we go on to the kirtan, Vishwana?
I don't know, but I think we should do a kirtan.
So we're just going to do a kirtan that we learned when we were little first, in English.
Oh, Kishori!
Gurudev made us sing it publicly.
Actually, Gurudev asked us, because Nemi Maharaj, when he was Jnanadas, he used to, even is Nemi Maharaj, he would play the violin. Pujapad Nemi Maharaj. He would play the violin and he would sing like all of
Krishna
these songs.
Is so wonderful, he fills my heart with joy.
Gurudev called it Twinkle. So anyway, one day when we went to have darshan in his room, Kishori, Mohan, Prabhu and I, we went in his room and
Gurudev's room.
In Srila Gurudev's room, and he asked us, he goes, do you know any songs in English, any Krishna songs? And we're like, oh yeah, we know some from Gurukul. And he said, sing one. So we sang the Govardhan song, and it's really long. And Gurudev was sitting there doing this.
It's a whole drama.
So Gurudev was listening. It's like an opera. It has all these different things and different acts. And so Gurudev is doing that, and then he goes, very good. He said, do you have another one, but not so long? And so we sang the Putana song, and Gurudev really liked it, and he laughed, and he said, very good. He said, tonight be ready to sing it at the mandir. And he was...
Public program.
It was a public program with about 500 guests. And we were so embarrassed. We had to sing this song for all these people. Gurudev was telling all this beautiful Braj Katha like we're repeating tonight. And all of a sudden he got to Putana and he goes, oh! And then he starts saying, I have these American disciples who know this from their Gurukul. And then he's like, sing it! And we're like, oh!
Anyway, so now we're going to sing it. Since we can't see all 500 of you, we just see Thakurji and the camera.
Any Gurukulis, Devaki,
you're welcome to sing along with us.
Lavong, if you're there watching, sing it with us.
Putana was a cage witch,
and
so she could fly in the sky. Although she was evil, she entered Gokula, where everyone let her pass by. Because of her smiling beauty and the lotus in her hand, Yashoda and Rohini thought that the goddess of fortune had come. Putana was a sword in a decorated case, because of the poison upon her breast. She was a demon, Krishna could tell, so he sucked out her milk and her life as well. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
We also have Trinavarta, Agasura.
Yeah. Agasura is kind of short. Trinavarta is very quick because he's also very quick.
We won't make you have to hear them.
Anyway, but that one was like a big story condensed into a very small little children's song. Those were the songs we grew up singing. We didn't know the other ones that most people know. We only had everything related to Krishna. Anyway, she was a demon, Krishna could tell.
So he sucked out her milk and her life as well. Gurudev laughed when we sang that part. He's like, good.
He liked it, yeah. I think we heard the recording recently. We have it, don't we?
There's the other one, Putana is my name.
No, but we have a recording of that.
Oh yeah, of us singing it for Gurudev. That we
in the temple
have a recording of it. Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, so now we will sing there's Par Karenge. Yeah, Par Karenge. Krishna
Now?
was just born.
All right. Par karenge nayare bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
I know we sang it on Baladev Purnima.
But it also goes for Krishna Kanhaiya, not just Daujiga Bhaiya. Just so you know, Baladev is only like a week to 10 days older than Krishna.
8 days.
8 days. So I know his name is Balaram, Baladev, it means he's really strong, but actually they're quite matched because he's only a few days older. He's not like a year older, and Krishna's not a year younger. So they were doing everything together. And so sometimes we think, oh, he's his older brother, therefore he should be that much stronger. But he's his older brother from the womb of Rohini, and Krishna's the younger brother from the womb of Yashoda, and there's only 8 days between them. So really, they're quite well matched. So if they wrestle, which they do, sometimes Krishna wins, and sometimes Baladev wins, right?
We did hear from Gurudev that generally Baladev wins, but when Krishna's really upset about someone, even he can push Baladev around, and even Dauji is like, what? You were able to win?
Where is it? What page?
Yashte put the page 368. Thank you.
368.
Yeah, this is a birthday party.
It is, but we're still going to sing Namami Nandanandanam, Radha Kripa Kataksha Stavaraja, Shrita Kamala Kuchamandala, and other Ashtakam and other bhajans.
But we have lots of stories.
Look, it's almost 10 o'clock already. I can't believe we've been going 4 hours.
Next year we're going to start at like noon.
We could just read the whole section in the Krishna book of the Advent of Krishna, and then go into the other. One thing really quick I want to say, because we spoke about Krishna and Sutapa with Vasudev Maharaj and Devaki in the past. In previous lives, they were known as Krishna and Sutapa, and they came as Vasudeva and Devaki. But because they had Aishwarya Gyan toward the Lord and asked for him to be their son, they wanted God to be their son, but they didn't ask for Vatsalya Prem. So they had him as their son, but they didn't have full Vatsalya Prem. They had something, but also Aishwarya Gyan, knowledge of his awesomeness.
Krishna Kripa is asking...
Wait, let me finish this
Oh,
point.
I thought you were done.
No. Nanda and Yashoda in previous lifetimes had also done intense austerities in the form of Drona and Dhara. Drona and Dhara, they prayed when they received the mercy of Bhagavan, not to have him as their son, but to have Vatsalya Prem for him. Now, how do you have Vatsalya Prem for someone unless they're your son? So they got everything all in one. To have Vatsalya Prem, or parental loving affection, you cannot be covered by Aishwarya Mayi Gyan. It means knowledge of the opulence or the grandeur, the awesomeness of God. So they see Krishna as their son. Now Drona and Dhara became Nanda and Yashoda.
They entered.
According to Shastra, Nanda and Yashoda are the eternal parents of Krishna. So Drona and Dhara basically entered into the forms of Nanda and Yashoda and experienced that Vatsalya Prem through the pastimes in Braj. And then when the Braj Leelas or the Bhoma Leela wound up, then in Aprakat they have their own separate individual forms where they have Vatsalya Prem for Krishna.
This also shows that we should pray very carefully. Like we were saying in the beginning, they were praying, we want a son like you. And it seems like that means I want you as my son, but they got exactly what they prayed for. So like our Guru Dev and our Guru Varga have told us, we pray in the prayers of those who know what is better for us than we know. We have no idea. We might pray for like a mountain of ice cream and think that's going to make us happy.
It might for a little bit.
Until you become
very sick.
So this is why, because we don't know how to pray or what to pray. And Gurudev said we will be cheated because we don't really understand the wealth of our own Atma. So here Krishna Kripa is saying, why, differently from the other demons, she received this high position?
Because she came in the guise of a mother, dressed like a mother. So much importance is given, interestingly enough, to the external dress. She also had desired in the previous life, as Ratnavali, to have that kind of mood toward the Lord, but also we should understand that that is the eternal nature of her Atma. Because she's not being made into something else, but that's what was awakened. So her Atma had that intrinsic nature, but even though she came in that way, in the way of Putana, with an intent to poison Krishna and kill him, yet because she came in the guise, the dress of a mother, therefore he accepted the good and got rid of the bad.
One Vaishnava once said, I think it was in Gokul, and they said, so even look at us. We're coming, maybe we have so many ideas and different things and we're not even praying so well, but at least we're coming in the guise of devotees. We may have so much poison in our hearts.
But we're also desire to love Krishna.
Right, but the least of it, he was saying,
right,
that at least we're coming dressed in the guise of a devotee, of a bhakta, that hopefully we will have that mood toward Krishna, to love him.
So that's interesting, because a lot of us don't wear the dress of devotees a lot of the time. And well, if that moment comes and Krishna sees, oh look, you're dressed as a devotee. You want to love me as a devotee. Okay, the dress. I'll give you the credit of the dress. Forget the rest. So we should not underestimate the value of all of those positive activities on the path of bhakti, including tilak, including our neck beads, including the dress. Gurudev always wore the dress of a Vaishnava. Prabhupada always wore the dress of a Vaishnava.
Actually, Srila Gurudev said that he wouldn't go, I think maybe to China or somewhere, and if he had to change his dress. He said he didn't want to have to remember, do you know where it was?
China.
It was China. He
got a special visa for him, business visa? No. No. A religious visa.
Right. He didn't want to have to change his dress. When we went to China, we did. We had to cover our neck beads and we kind of went in.
The funniest thing was seeing Damodar Maharaj and Madhuvrat change their dress.
And they wore these little hats.
Oh my God, they just didn't do it well.
But Gurudev said he wouldn't do that, so they got him a special visa so he wouldn't have to. So how important really is that to preach? They're willing to do everything. Our Srila Prabhupada told Gurudev that he would even serve meat. He would allow anything if necessary to bring people to Krishna. And yet these personalities did not want to change that dress of a Vaishnava. How will we recognize? How would we recognize if they're walking down the street if we don't see tilak in that Vaishnava dress? So
it's big.
Yeah, Rudra, he's putting so many
evidences
and
quotes. Thank you. So now, Par Karenge Nayare Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya. I hope that dress topic was satisfactory. One, the eternal inherent nature of anyone's Atma. And also we should understand that a lot of these personalities that appear, Sudevi heard it the other day, Gurudev was saying, on the external it appeared that Aghasura merged into Krishna. But actually he didn't. And we know that Jai Vijay also, as Shishupal, everyone saw his soul enter the feet of Krishna. But he was a manifestation of Jai Vijay. So that soul entered the foot of Krishna, but then he again retained or regained his original position.
And Aghasura got Swarup, what's it called?
Yes, Sarupya Mukti. Aghasura attained not Sayujya Mukti, although that's what it appeared to be, but actually he attained Sarupya Mukti, which means a liberation where you attain a similar form to the Lord on the planet of the Lord.
I believe that's from Ananda Vrindavan Champu.
Jiva Goswami?
No. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Kavi Karnapur maybe? I told you in the beginning, we've been hearing and reading and there's been so much that we might not know exactly which one it's coming from, but it's from our acharyas. I promise.
Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj said that. And we're still suffering from a COVID fog. Months, like 8 months later, or 10, almost a year later now. But Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj, he said it like very late. He said, I may not remember exactly where the shlok or where the katha came from, but I can guarantee you that whatever I speak, you can find evidence for it as it is in Shastra someplace.
Yes.
So he had that kind of conviction. We're not nearly as clear or qualified, But yeah, what we're telling, we have received and heard read from Gurudev or our Guru Varga, our acharyas. So now par karenge Nayare Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Jai ho.
Par karenge Nayare Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
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 Krishna Kanhaiya Rao Ji ke bhaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Rao Ji ke bhaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Vamshi bajaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Vamshi bajaiya.
Makhara Churaiya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Bhavana Churaiya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Par karenge Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Par karenge Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Giri Varudaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Giri Varudaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Rasa Rajaiya.
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 Par karenge
Jai ho.
Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Par karenge Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Mitra Sudama Tandulalaye.
Mitra Sudama Tandulalaye.
Gale laga Prabhu bhog lagaye.
Gale laga Prabhu bhog lagaye.
Kaha kaha
Jai ho.
Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Par karenge Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Par karenge Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Arjuna Bharat Raname Bhaka.
Arjuna Bharat Raname Hata.
Shyamaliya Gidhari Bhaka.
Shyamaliya Giridhari Vata.
Karima
Jai ho.
Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Harinagana Kaiya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Par karenge Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Par karenge Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Drupata Sutta Jabadushtana Devi.
Drupata Sutta Jabadushtana Devi.
O Rakhi Rajana Kini Devi.
Rakhi Rajana Kini Devi.
Aage
Jai ho.
Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Aage Chirama Jaiya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Par karenge Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Par karenge Nayya Re Bhaja Krishna Kanhaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Rao Ji ke bhaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Rao Ji ke bhaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Vamshi bajaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Vamshi bajaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Giri Varudaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Giri Varudaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Rasa Rajaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya Rasa Rajaiya.
Rao Ji ke bhaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya
Rao Ji ke bhaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya
Makhara Churaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya
Giri Varudaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya
Rasa Rajaiya.
Krishna Kanhaiya
Vamshi bajaiya.
Maharaj said something? Oh, it's it's the Mahamaya, she jackal crossing Yamuna. Nice. That's him doing the Janmashtami, from Gopal Champu. So beautiful. We read it today. So gorgeous.
So now we only have less than 2 hours, and we have a lot more to do. I didn't realize time was going by so fast.
Gurudev would want us to sing particular bhajans.
Tell a pastime.
I'm going to tell a pastime.
And then we're going to sing Shruta Kamala.
Shruta Kamala, okay. Which one? This one or this one?
Which one? I like suspiciously. We're going to tell Makanchor. Okay.
So as we were explaining earlier, Krishna, when he took birth in Vrindavan, became very, very greedy. He was also very naughty. Gurudev was telling how naughty this little Krishna was. But he asked one time, why is Krishna such a thief? Why does he have to thief? It's not as if he doesn't have milk and curds and makhan in his house. Nanda Baba is the king of Braj. And Yashoda Maya, she knows how to churn the best milk. So why has Krishna become a thief? Srila Gurudev says that makhan chor means that person who is so expert at entering into the hearts of his devotees and stealing the cream, the butter of their hearts. Krishna knows that they're always thinking of him. Our Gurudev would always say, when they were churning, everything, when they were doing anything, they were singing about Krishna, remembering his sweet leelas. So as the gopis were churning, they would be singing, Govinda Damodar Madhaveti, Govinda Damodar Madhaveti, Govinda Damodar Madhaveti, Govinda Damodar Madhaveti. As they were churning and singing about the sweet pastimes of Krishna, our Gurudev said that their hearts were melting and entering into that butter. Like Gurudev told me when I cook, everything I feel for Krishna, everything I want to tell him, I should put into that cooking. And then when Krishna tastes it, he will know every nuance of my heart. He said this is the mood of the gopis. So the gopis are doing this, and if Krishna doesn't go from home to home, then the gopis will never be satisfied. So one day, an elderly gopi went to her husband, and she said, I'm going to Jamuna to collect a pot of water. But I know that Yashoda Nandan, that naughty boy of Yashoda, he always comes and tries to steal my freshly churned butter. So when I'm gone, I'm asking you, please guard our fresh storehouse of butter. Her husband looked at her and he said, he's just a small little boy, no problem. You go to Jamuna, go. So she went, leaving her husband in charge of the storehouse. In that time, even now, real wealth is in butter, ghee, milk, everything to do with cows. Because even their cow dung, what to speak of their milk and everything else, it keeps you warm in the winter. When you smear it on the houses, what will happen?
Insulation.
All flies. But flies, it's antiseptic.
Right.
So flies and nasty things are gone. It keeps the house cool, or it keeps it warm. They can cook on it. Everything from top to bottom. That mother cow is so precious.
And Father Bull.
And Father Bull, who will plow the fields if not the father. So how precious are the cows. Actually, I want to just inject this here. I was reading that Srila Prabhupada said that to the, however much suffering and fear that we're putting into the cows in the entire world, that's how much fear and suffering will come back at us. Imagine, see the state of the world it is and how big the population of those who are killing the cows are. It's pretty shocking, and you can see it, and it stems also from killing the mother and father cows. So anyway, I thought that was an important thing. Just Srila Prabhupada was really stressing we should protect cows. So this is their wealth. So she's saying, protect that storehouse. He said, go. Like, what is the problem? He's just a little boy. So she went happily singing the songs of Krishna, going to Jamuna. Today, Krishna was taking a long time to come and still butter. So that elderly Baba, he took a chair, a bed, a straw bed, and he put it in front of the storehouse door. Even today, you'll see daytime, nighttime, whatever, people will be sitting outside of their houses on these
like rope beds.
So he put that in front of the storehouse door, and he began to wait for Krishna. Gurudev said that Yogamaya sat on his eyelids in the form of sleep, and immediately he began to snore. As soon as that Baba went to sleep, Krishna came and peeked around the corner, and he saw, oh, today my gopi friend, my mother, is not there, but she left one sleeping Baba there. He thinks that I can't get to that storehouse, but he doesn't know how little, how quiet, how tricky I am. Gurudev said, like a cat. If you've ever seen a cat, like stalking, he said that's how Krishna was going. And he very quietly and carefully went under the bed and reached his hand up and opened the storehouse door. There he saw, not hanging, but in the middle of the floor, a huge pot of fresh, fluffy, beautiful butter, that churned heart of the gopi. Greedy to taste that love and affection, Krishna ran there and with both hands began to eat and eat and eat that charming heart. After a while he looked and he thought, oh no, I took everything, surely I'll get in trouble. But then he remembered, I remember I have one sleeping Baba friend outside. No problem. So he went and he scooped as much as he could get of the rest of the butter in the pot. And very quietly he sneaked up and he put it on the mouth and the hands of that sleeping Baba, and then he ran away. Soon after that, that elderly gopi was coming back, and the husband heard her. Why? Because she was singing Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. So he sat up, he jumped, he pushed the bed out of the way, and he acted like he was guarding the storehouse door. That gopi, she put her pot down, she didn't even look at Krishna. She didn't even look at the husband, she was only thinking of Krishna. She went and she opened the storehouse door, and she saw, today he took everything. In her heart, she was so happy. But externally, she looked at her husband and she said, hey, I told you to do such a simple thing, and you couldn't guard it from Krishna. Look, he's taken everything. That Baba came and he looked and he thought, how is it possible? And he said, I don't know, I was guarding. Krishna must have come. He must have come and taken everything. He became upset. That gopi looked at him. She said, you horrible, horrible man. How could you be so cruel? Look at you. You have butter all over your hands and face. You took that butter and ate it, and you're blaming that charming, innocent little boy. How could you be so cruel? He looked down and he thought, my God, while I was sleeping, I went and I ate everything? How is it possible? He became so confused. He was in quite a lot of trouble that night. So the next morning, that gopi again went to her husband. I again need to go to Jamuna to collect water. But I know that Yashodanandan will surely come today and steal my butter. So you guard this storehouse from Krishna. And then she looked at him. And you yourself, you don't take it either. He said, I won't. So immediately she left, thinking of Krishna, going to Jamuna. Today, the husband didn't pull the bed out. He thought, I don't know what happened, but I'm not going to sleep today. So he sat down and he began to wait for Krishna. After some time, Krishna came and he peeked around the corner. Just as he saw that Baba sitting there, that Baba saw Krishna. Krishna thought, oh man, I've been caught. Now I have to go in front of him. So Krishna thought, I can try to be extremely charming. So he started walking in such a beautiful way. Srila Gurudev explains that his lips were red like a bimba fruit. His eyes were smeared with kajal and they looked like lotus petals. His black curly hair was curling around his face, kissing his cheeks like bumblebees. The husband was looking at Krishna, and Krishna walked up, and the husband said, oh, not today, Krishna, you will not charm me. Krishna said, oh, Baba, why are you sitting here like this? You look a little upset. That husband said, Krishna, I don't know what kind of trick you played yesterday. I don't know what you did, but my wife is so angry at me. So I'm asking you, just today, don't steal any butter from our house. Go to any other house in Braj, but not mine. Krishna said, oh, I never want to bring any suffering to anyone. I know next door, they have so much good butter. I'll go there and take it. Baba said, yes, go there, take that butter. And immediately Krishna started dancing and walking toward the next house to taste the sweetheart of that gopi's churned butter. After some time, that Baba's wife came back and she's singing the glories of Damodar. As she came, she again didn't see her husband. She immediately went into the storehouse, threw the door open, and she saw, oh, no one came today? No one came to take any butter? She realized the whole pot is full. Not one drop was taken. The husband poked his chest out. Oh, Krishna came. He came all right. But I told him he can't take anything from our house. I told him he can go to any other house in Braj, but not our house. She looked at him. She said, are you mad? Are you crazy? Why do you think I even churn butter so that Krishna will come and take it? Why do you think we even have any cows so that we can milk them and churn butter and Krishna can steal it? She went and took that pot of butter, gave it to her husband and said, go and find him and feed him this butter. And he left completely confused and bewildered. Our Gurudev would say, this is the charm of Vrindavan. These leelas, sometimes externally, it seems as though these gopis are angry. They will go to Yashoda Maya and they will chastise, oh, you have such a naughty son. He's coming to our house and he's stealing all of our butter. And if we hide it so well that he can't find it, he goes into the rooms where our babies are sleeping and he'll pinch them and make them cry. Sometimes he'll go and he'll let all of the calves loose so that they'll go and run to their mother cows. And then we're running after them and then Krishna will go and steal butter. Oh, Yashoda, is there something wrong with the butter in your home? Hey, Yashoda, why is he always stealing from our houses? And they're thinking within their hearts, he never steals from Mother Yashoda. He's coming to our house. They're so happy, but externally, they're rebuking her. One gopi said, hey, Yashoda, you know, your son is a thief, and that's quite bad, but he is is also so charming. This is dangerous. To be a thief is bad enough, but to be a charming thief, this is dangerous. When he grows up, no one will want to marry him. Who wants a thief like this? Yashoda, she thought, oh no, what has he done? Tell me, Sakhi, what happened? She said, oh, the other day, I walked into my storehouse of butter. Walking in there, I saw Krishna sitting down with a pot of freshly churned butter. He was eating it, and he was calling monkeys, come on, come take. He looked at me. I said, hey, naughty boy, what are you doing? And he just smiled. And he kept calling other monkeys, birds, anyone that would come and take. I said, hey, what are you doing? You're stealing in my home? She said, he looked up at me so innocently, with so much charm. He said, oh, I thought you were my Maya. You were my mother, and that this was my house. So I was eating here. Oh, you're not my mother? Immediately my heart broke. And I said, no, yes, you are my son. You are my Lala. And Krishna was looking so sad. I took him in my lap and I started to feed him the butter itself. Krishna began to say, no, feed my monkey friends. Feed them too. So there I was, sitting down with your little thief, and I'm feeding all of the monkeys, and he's so happy. He's clapping, and he's squealing, and he's so charming. But when the monkeys were done, what did he do? He stood up, he looked at me, and he said, your makhan, your butter is no good. Even the monkeys don't want it. And he walked out of my house.
Oh my God.
Oh, Yashoda, I don't know what you are going to do, but your naughty son is going around all of Braj, acting like this, charming us, and then showing how naughty he is. Yashoda thought, that's it. Today, I will have to chastise him. He is my son, and it's true. Who will want to marry him? What family will accept such a naughty boy into their home? So that day, Yashoda, she waited. Krishna came home, and immediately he ran into the lap of his mother. She held him back. She said, oh, you have been a naughty, naughty boy. Krishna said, what? What are you talking about? She said, all of my Sakhis, they're coming here and they're complaining about you. That you're not only stealing butter, but you're feeding the monkeys, you're feeding your Sakhas. Why are you such a thief? Never in my family has there been a thief like you. Krishna looked and he said, Maya, this isn't fair of you. You didn't even ask me if I did anything. You just accused me.
Yeah.
Now I realize I go out all day and I'm in the hot sun with my Sakhas and I'm taking the calves out to graze. And I come home and all I want is some sweet words in the lap of my mother. But I see I won't get any here. Now I'm going to leave home. Krishna went into his room and he took a stick. And on the end of that stick, he took a cloth with so many of his precious toys. And he tied it to the end of that stick, put it on his shoulder, and started to walk out. Fear entered Yashoda's heart. Hey, where are you going? What are you doing? And he said, no, I'm leaving home. I'm going. I can't live like this. Mother Yashoda said, no, you stay. You are my boy. No. He said, I'm a thief. I'm just a thief. I'm going everywhere and stealing butter. Yashoda said, no, you're not a thief. Yes, mother, I'm a thief. I stole today. I stole from every house, from all of your Sakhis. I stole today. Mother Yashoda said, no, they're all liars. They're all lying about you. No, you're not a thief. Krishna began to tell her, yes, I'm a thief. And she said, no, you're not a thief. You're my Lala. She took him in her lap and she gave her milk to him. This is also one of the lead-ups to Damodar.
Was that the pastime where Krishna was saying, Me Mohan, Me Nahi Ma, Me Nahi Ma Kanakayo?
Yes, probably one of them.
Me Nahi Ma Kanakayo,
Yes.
or Me Nahi Ma Kanakayo?
Yes.
So it means in English, The same. It sounds the same in Hindi, but menehi means I am certainly a butter thief, and nehi means I am not stealing butter. So
Mother Yashoda ended up being completely bewildered as well. As soon as she saw Krishna's leaving home, he took his stick with his toys. Gurudev explained that the gopas would go like that. They would have these long sticks, and on each side they would have so many goods that they would go and barter with. So Krishna saw this, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going.
Yeah.
And fear struck her heart. So after some time, Yashoda saw. I think you should tell a little bit of Damodar Leela.
Okay.
Okay.
Yashoda saw?
That Krishna is stealing everywhere. Maybe something is wrong with our milk in our home. There's no shortage, but something is happening. So on, what was it? Diwali. Yashoda sent all of her maidservants. You go home, take the day off, go and celebrate. Everyone she sent out, she thought, today I am going to milk the cow. There's one cow, Padmagandha. This cow's milk tastes like lotus flowers. So fragrant, and Krishna loves that milk. She felt, today I'm going to milk the cow myself. I'm going to cook, I'm going to churn, I'm going to do all of it so that Krishna won't be a thief. Krishna was in bed, he was still sleeping. So she went early and she milked the cow and she began to churn. Gurudev said that she was churning, and also she was singing all of the sweet pastimes of her Lala. As she was singing these pastimes of Krishna, she became completely immersed. She didn't hear anything. Gurudev tells that Krishna woke up and he started to call for his mother. Maya!
Again and again. Mother,
I'm
mother,
awake.
mother.
Maya, Maya, he's calling and calling. But she's only immersed in this sweet remembrance of Krishna's Leelas, of his pastimes. Finally, our Gurudev, the way he explained was so beautiful. He said Krishna was quite small still. So he turned himself over on the bed. Gurudev said, using the help of his belly, using the help of that gorgeous belly, he got down,
slid down.
Yeah, scooted off the bed, and his little feet came on the floor. And he began to look and call, Maya, Maya. And she was only Govinda Damo Daramadhaveti, Govinda Damo Daramadhaveti, Govinda Damo Daramadhaveti, Govinda Damo Daramadhaveti. Gurudev said as she was churning, the stick was like the mridanga, and her bangles, they were making a sound. And Gurudev said they were calling out like kartals, but they were saying, fie on you, if you haven't heard these sweet pastimes, if you haven't had darshan of Krishna, then fie on you, fie on you. So she's churning. Gurudev said Krishna came, and he's like, Maya, Maya, and he's pulling her veil. She didn't hear him. She wasn't responsive. Finally, he saw that her long braid was swinging as she was churning. Krishna took her braid and began to pull it. Maya, Maya! And finally she saw, oh, my Lala, he's awake now. So she picked him up, and with so much affection, she took her cloth, her dupatta, and she covered him and began to give her most endless and most loving breast milk to Krishna. That really is the prem of Mother Yashoda coming out in the form of her milk. So Krishna began to taste the sweet affection of his mother and became completely absorbed.
I think you should continue.
No. This is your Leela. This is you.
It's not my Leela, it's Krishna's Leela.
No, but remember he spent like 8 months telling Damodar Ashtakam. I mean, this is his...
Are you okay there?
Yeah.
All right.
Are you in?
I don't know. It's a little bit delayed on this side.
Here, I think I was over this way before.
Yeah.
Yeah, get over here. Sorry.
Her braid is swinging to and fro, and her body goes with it. So, but Sudevi was just telling how Mother Yashoda was churning, and then Krishna was pulling on her veil, tugging on her veil. Then he grabbed her braid and started tugging on her braid, calling, Maya, Maya. And finally she awoke to, oh, Krishna is awake now. She was completely absorbed. And so she took Krishna, covered him with her veil, and was giving him her endless breast milk. Because her prema is endless and always increasing. However, Krishna, his capacity to absorb, and his food is prema. So his capacity to take, to enjoy, and to extract and absorb and drink prema is also endless. So as Mother Yashoda is giving her endless milk supply, Krishna is also endlessly drinking her prema in the form of her breast milk. Just at that time, Mother Yashoda had put some milk from the cows on the stove. And that milk on the stove had begun to boil. Mind you, this is special milk. Because she's going to make the yogurt herself. She doesn't want her assistants to do it or anyone else to do it. Why is Krishna stealing from everyone's home but not from mine? Some kind of transcendental jealousy. So she made an arrangement. She's like, okay, everyone, paid leave. You all go home. You all be with your families. And she took the time. She milked the cow herself. She collected that milk. She's doing everything from beginning to end to offer to Krishna. So as she's giving Krishna her own milk, the milk in the other room is boiling over. And remember, everything in Vrindavan is conscious. Chidanandam Jyoti. Every particle of dust, every particle of air, every particle of anything, every cow is Surabhi. Every tree is Kalpavriksha. Every personality, every particle of dust is Chintamani. We cannot deny that same quality to anything, including the milk. It is all conscious and made of love and affection for Krishna. So, as Mother Yashoda is feeding Krishna unlimitedly her love and affection, and Krishna is drinking that love and affection unlimitedly, the poor milk in the other room is feeling, I will receive no opportunity to ever serve Krishna. What is the use of my existence? Karuna ana hoile, kandiya kandiya, prananara kibo ar. Let me enter into fire. Let me finish this existence. I have no capacity ever to be able to serve Krishna. So immediately, that milk began to boil over with an intent to enter into fire. At that moment, Mother Yashoda, hearing the milk hissing and beginning to boil over, in deep separation because of not being able to serve Krishna, do or die, ready to give up its life, Mother Yashoda immediately went to put Krishna down. Now at this point, Srila Gurudev tells that Putana, who had the strength of 10,000 elephants, was endeavoring to push Krishna away. But he was holding on simply with his mouth, and she could not push him away. But with Mother Yashoda, she also went to push him away. He was holding on with his mouth, with his hands and his feet, Gurudev said, like a little monkey. Have you ever seen a baby monkey holding on to its mom? She's jumping from building to building, and he's holding on with all fours. And Krishna's also holding on with his mouth, but so easily with one hand. Mother Yashoda was able to take him and put him down. And she ran to save the milk. Why? She's stronger because prema is stronger. She's able to control Krishna. Her prema is so great, she can control Krishna. She can bind Krishna. Yashoda bhyo luka ladhavamanam param Krishna matyantato drutya gopya. So she's able to take Krishna and put him down just like that. And she ran to go save that milk. Krishna was really upset. What? I was holding on with my mouth, with my hands, with my feet. I had them wrapped around her, and she just took me and put me down like that? He was upset. He was angry. And yet she ran to save the milk. Why? Anyabhilashika shunyam jnana karmadyanavratam anukulyena krishnanushevanam bhakti uttama What is pure bhakti? The highest, topmost love and devotion? What is favorable for Krishna? For his happiness, pleasure, and benefit. Now this, one has to understand that there is immediate happiness, pleasure, and benefit, and long-term for the long-term happiness, pleasure, and benefit. She understood that by my own milk, I'm not going to make rasagula, rasmalai, shrikhand, yogurt, butter, all kinds of wonderful sweets, sweet rice, and everything else. I'm not going to make that with my own breast milk, but I'm going to make so many wonderful preparations with that milk. And Krishna will be so happy and so pleased. So that was one of the reasons. 2, there's something which is called tadiya vastu, near and dear to Krishna. The devotee and their devotion takes a primary role over Krishna himself, because he himself says that there is no one as dear to me as my devotees. What is the verse? I'm remembering from 2 bhajans, but from Ebaro Kurunakaro, Vaishnava Gosai, or yes, Tomar Hridoye Sada Govinda Vishram, Govinda Kohena Mama Vaishnava Paran. Govinda, Krishna is stating, my devotee is my life and soul. So if any devotee is in a situation, a desperate situation, where they are feeling so desperate that they cannot maintain their life because of not being able to serve Krishna, even if any other devotee is directly serving Krishna, still their nature is such that they cannot tolerate seeing any devotee in that kind of desperate state. How does our service go to Krishna? When any devotee, seeing our suffering condition, suffering and separation from seva, basically takes us and engages us in the service of Krishna. Shuniya amar duk Vaishnava thakur amar lage Krishna avidivena prachur. Vaishnavera avidane Krishna doyamoy eheno pamara prati habena sadoy. The devotee is even more merciful than Krishna. She could not tolerate seeing this devotee who is going to die in separation from Krishna. So Krishna tadiya, this is even more than Krishna. Lord Shiva is telling to his consort, Aradhanana sarvesham, Vishnur aradhanam param. Of all kinds of worship, the worship of Vishnu is the topmost. Tasmat, but Parataram Devi, there's something more than that, O Devi. Tadiyanam samarchanam, who is near and dear to Krishna, to worship them, to serve them. This is higher. And Krishna confirms this also. If you try to worship me directly, you're not really my devotee, but the devotee of my devotee is my real devotee. First of all, you worship Gurudev. Who is Guru? Guru is the embodiment of loving service to Krishna. So Krishna himself acknowledges this. So Mother Yashoda put Krishna down and ran to save that milk, to be engaged in the service of Krishna. Even Satyavrat Muni starts Damodarashtakam with Namam Ishwaram, Satchidananda Rupam. He's praying in Aishwarya Bhav. By the end, Gurudev said it took millions of years of realization. So he developed subjective evolution of consciousness over time. By the end, what is he praying? To the most near and dear of Krishna. Namo Radhikaye Tadiya Priyaye. He's praying to Srimati Radhika, the most near and dear to Krishna. This is how Krishna's heart will melt. So Mother Yashoda ran to save that milk. She threw a little bit of water on that milk. This is how they stop it from boiling over. As if to pacify it. Don't worry, you will be utilized in the service of Krishna. And then she was taking care of that milk. But in the meantime, Krishna decided, I'm upset. I'm going to react in the way I react. As a naughty, cheeky boy. So he was quite young, very small. He grabbed the pestle. It's a small stone thing for grinding spices. And Mother Yashoda, we heard this from Bhakti Kamal Govinda Maharaj, who's heard this from Bhakti Jivan Goswami Maharaj, a very prominent disciple of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, and one who was tattva vid, knowledgeable in all shastras, and even the obscure ones which are no longer available today. And so he was also telling the Shri Ashuka from Shastra about Shukadeva Goswami And he was telling all of these things. So Pujapad Bhakti Kamal Govinda Maharaj told us that that pot that she was using, she wanted to make the best butter ever. So she didn't use any ordinary pot. This was an heirloom pot.
Ancient. Passed
down for 5 generations from mother-in-law to daughter-in-law. It was a special pot for making butter that made the sweetest, best butter. So that day, she was churning that.
Krishna knew about this pot.
And he didn't throw that pestle at the top part. He threw it at the bottom part. Now imagine a whole pot full of yogurt. It's got a lot of pressure from on top. Krishna broke that pot at the bottom, and yogurt was just squirting out everywhere. Krishna was clapping and laughing, watching yogurt squirt everywhere. He was so happy. And then he thought, uh-oh, I'm going to get in trouble. When my mother comes back, she's going to find out. I need to get out of here. So he decided he was going to run away and hide. As he was running away, his little footprints right through the yogurt. He was completely oblivious. He ran into the other room and was going to escape, but Krishna's mind is chanchal. It's his nature. He can't help himself. He's going in this direction and then sees something here and boom. It's just what happens. Like he's all good intention. He's going towards Srimati Radhika's kunja, but then someone from Chandravali's camp just grabs him off the side and he's derailed. And it gets him in a lot of trouble all the time. Anyhow, so he was derailed. How was he derailed? He saw a pot hanging from the rafters in the storeroom. And he was like, oh, butter. So he can't even maintain. He was trying to run away, and all of a sudden he's thinking butter.
He lost his fear.
He just forgot. Because in Vrindavan, Krishna forgets I am God and forgets everything. And really, he's just like a little child. And mugdhata, by the influence of his own internal potency, Yogamaya, he forgets I'm God, and even forgets that he's running away from imminent danger, and just sees butter and goes for the butter. Because it is the churned heart of his mother, or any gopi. So, how do I get that butter? He's searching, looking everywhere, and he finds a grinding mortar. It's what they use for grinding. And he took that and he flipped it over, and he was able to reach up to get that. Climb up on that grinding mortar and get that butter. So he was taking that butter, he was eating it, he was feeding it to crows, feeding it to monkeys, feeding it to his friends. Oh, he was having a complete butter thievery frenzy.
A mahotsav.
Oh.
Maha mahotsav.
Mother Yashoda, she came, she saw her pot was broken. Special heirloom pot. And she saw yogurt was everywhere. And she was like, what happened here? And then she sees these tiny little, cute little footprints leading away from there toward the storeroom. Just the size of Krishna's feet. And she knows, naughty boy, I must teach him a lesson. So she grabbed a small stick.
Louder, just in case.
She grabbed a small stick, and very, very quietly, very carefully, our Gurudev said, like a cat walking on dry leaves. She was walking very carefully. She came, peeked around the corner in the storeroom, and started coming close to Krishna. Now, Pujapad Bhakti Kamal Govinda Maharaj said that Krishna, his nature is that he's a thief. So Krishna did something just in case. At a certain point in time, he remembered, just in case I get caught, I have to have protection. So as he was eating butter, he was also smearing it on his arms. In the past, thieves used to smear oil on their arms or butter or anything like that. So if any person or police caught them, easily they could slip out. So Sudevi and I tested it. It works.
We didn't know if it would work, so we did it, and yeah,
you can't grab onto it to an oily arm. It's just slips out. So Krishna had buttered his arms as well. Mother Yashoda was getting very close, but something happened. You know what happened? The monkeys and the crows saw that Yashoda is coming, and they disappeared immediately. Krishna knew, uh-oh, my mother's coming from behind. And she just almost caught him, and he jumped and he ran. So she started chasing him. Remember, she's middle-aged, a little bit hefty, somewhat voluptuous.
And women didn't run in the streets back then.
Yes, it was considered not favorable. It wasn't a proper thing in society. It was taboo to do such a thing. So Krishna decided, my mother's chasing me, she's got a stick. He forgot everything and started running. In the beginning, he thought it was a little funny. So he's running out into the street. Well, first into the courtyard, and she chased him out into the courtyard. And Krishna thought, I can easily get away from her. I'm so little, but I'm so quick and I'm so smart. So she was running after him, but she's a little hefty. He started running in, as our Gurudev would pronounce it, jig-jag patterns. Running this way, that way, this way, that way. And it was very difficult for her to catch up. But then he did something. He thought, Mother will never follow me into the streets. Ladies didn't run in the streets at that time. It was considered unchaste. But she knew something that Krishna didn't know. That day was Diwali day, or just preparing for all of the festivals. So everyone was at home, inside, cooking and preparing and cleaning and refreshing and doing everything. So she knew that no one would be in the streets. But Krishna ran out into the street thinking, now she'll never follow me here. What did she do? She followed him. And he thought, oh no, she's running in the street. I'm in big trouble. So he started running as fast as he could. She was able to run behind him and catch him. How was she able to catch that person who is otherwise uncatchable? Who is beyond anyone else's ability? Because of her praying. Only praying can run faster than God himself.
Didn't Gurudev say that person who has more praying than he does, right?
Who has more praying for him than he has for them.
Yes.
They can catch him. They can control him. So Yashoda, she ran after him. She was able to catch him, and somehow he didn't slip out. And she held her stick. I'm going to teach you a lesson. That time Krishna began to weep, wail loudly. He was crying so much, and he started rubbing his eyes, and she felt really bad. So she threw the stick down because she didn't want him to be afraid. She was just showing him the stick. She would never hit him. He's so sweet, so little, so small. But still she wanted to teach him a lesson, but he was crying and panting and crying and rubbing his eyes with his hands. Rudantam muhurnetra yugmam rijantam karamboja yugmena shatanka netram muhushvasha kampa tridekanka kanta stitagraivam damodaram bhaktivedanta namamishwaram sachidananda rupam lasat kundalam gokule brajamanam. Because of her praying, she was able to run faster than him and catch him. But he was crying and weeping. Tears were flowing. Gurudev said like Ganga and Jamuna. And because he was rubbing his eyes, his kajal, which was already quite prominent, Mother Yashoda is always protecting him with this kajal. It wards off any negative influence, had made big black circles with black coming down both sides. He was looking quite amazing. But he was so afraid. It is said that person whom death itself is afraid of was afraid of the stick of his mother. So he forgot everything. Death itself is afraid of him, but he's running in fear from his mother and really afraid. And she felt very bad. But she told him, I still have to teach you a lesson. So what did she do? She caught him, she brought him, she said, you and your accomplice, you must be taught. What was his accomplice? The grinding mortar. So she made the endeavor to bind him to that grinding mortar. First she took one rope, didn't work. 2 fingers too short. So she tied another rope, 2 fingers too short. How is it possible? Because she tied it around the grinding mortar, she was trying to tie it around her son's waist. Gurudev said it was only the size of your fist. How small, how sweet. But still it couldn't work. One after another, and her friends were watching. Oh, Yashoda, you can't even bind your own son. She was like, my God, I'm going to be the laughing stock of all of Braj. And so she made this resolution, I must bind my son. Do or die, I must. She had taken almost all the ropes in Gokul for tying the cows, and still 2 fingers too short. Our Srila Gurudev, he told. Our Shastra is telling, actually. And he's repeating. What do these 2 fingers represent? 1 finger represents Cheshta, our hard endeavor. And the other finger represents Kripa, the mercy of Krishna. Oh my God. Hare Krishna. So, 2 fingers too short represents Cheshta and Kripa. Mother Yashoda was trying. And she began to perspire. Her hair was becoming loosened. The flowers were falling out of her hair. Her clothing was becoming loosened, and she was making such a strong endeavor. I must bind my son, even if it takes the rest of my life. At that point, Gurudev explains, it's explained in Dhammadarashtakam, in the commentary of Sanatana Goswami, that Krishna's Kripa Shakti is more powerful than his Icha Shakti. In other words, his mercy potency overcame his desire to not be bound. So in a sense, the mercy potency is favoring the devotee over Krishna himself, ultimately for the pleasure of Krishna. He couldn't allow himself to be bound because what would his friends do without him? They would die without him. So he couldn't allow himself to be bound, but yet Vatsalya Prem overtakes Sakya Prem. And it overtook Krishna's desire as well. So in the end, she was able to bind Krishna simply with the rope that she used, the ribbon she used for tying her own hair. She bound Krishna. Now, one of the reasons Krishna appeared was because of the curse of Narada Muni to Nalakubera and Manigriva, who were the sons of Kuvera. They were sporting with apsaras, quite naked, in a pond, and at that time Narada Muni came. They were quite intoxicated. Narada Muni came and they began cursing at him. You old man, why are you coming here? Why are you disturbing our fun? You should get lost, bugger off. Narada Muni needed to teach them a lesson. Because you're here out in the public, naked, behaving like this and so disrespectful, I curse you to become trees. Immediately, these 2 personalities started to turn into trees. Immediately they realized their mistake. What have we done? They fell at the feet of Narada Muni, who then said, because of the curse of the pure devotee, there's also always a blessing that you will take birth in the courtyard of Nanda Baba, and there you will witness all of the pastimes of Krishna, and Krishna will personally liberate you. So from that time, millions of years, they were there. But as trees, they had witnessed all of these pastimes of Krishna. So Krishna was there, bound to this grinding mortar. His friends are saying, let's play. And he's like, I can't go anywhere. They said, never mind, let's just play anyway. Let's go. So he was really happy, dragging this grinding mortar behind him.
Laughing.
Everyone's laughing and clapping. And he's like, hey, check this out. He's showing off. Look how I can pull this grinding mortar behind me. Mother Yashoda had gone to do other sevas. And Krishna went in between these twin trees, Yamal Arjun trees. And as he went in between, he was able to go through, but that grinding mortar, which is bound to him with this rope of love and affection of Yashoda, got wedged in between the trees. Krishna was like, what's stopping me from having fun with my friends? One moment he looked back and glanced at those trees. So many times before he had touched them, all of the Brajbasis were touching them, nothing happened. That moment he looked back with just a momentary look of anger, and that moment burned up all of the rest of whatever curse they had. And immediately they were liberated. How? Those trees completely collapsed, fell down, made a tumultuous sound. Yashoda, she froze. What happened? What have I done? I tied my son, and that noise just came. Surely my son is dead. She couldn't even do anything or think. But at that moment, 2 amazing personalities, looking like denizens of heaven, manifested, Nalakubera and Manigriva. They offered so many prayers to Krishna. They circumambulated Krishna, and then they left. Nanda Baba and everyone else ran to where that loud noise was. Balaram. Yeah. First, Baladev came. He's not much older than Krishna, but still he's looking. Who did this? He went to untie that rope, but then the boy said, Mother did it. And he was like, oh, I can't touch it. Because he's in Sakya Bhava, but she's Vatsalya. So Vatsalya has power over Sakya. Madhurya has power over everything. So Baladev couldn't touch it. But Nanda Baba came. Immediately he untied Krishna. And then he was asking, who did this? And they told, Mother. Mother did it. Oh, Nanda Baba became so upset, so angry. She put his life She put his life in danger. And then they're asking the boys, what happened? What happened? Oh, he was crawling. He was pulling this thing behind him, and then the trees fell over, and these two beings came out, and they offered prayers and circumambulated and disappeared. And they were like, oh, that's just the talk of babies. They didn't even pay any attention to what the little kids were saying. They were trying their best to speak, but they were all quite young. So Nanda Baba, he took Krishna. He gave him some laddu, some makan, mishri, and everything, but he would not look upon the face of Yashoda. I don't know if I should tell the whole thing to the end because we don't have any time. We just don't have time, and we have a lot more to tell.
You're just at the end.
So, coming to the end, Krishna was there with Nanda Baba. Even Dauji, Baladev was there with Nanda Baba. And Yashoda was in a state of utter shock, like a cow who had lost her calf, completely desperate and desolate. What has happened to my son? What has happened to my son? And also being given the extreme cold shoulder from her own husband. Gurudev said, what is the most painful thing? If he would have yelled at her, she could have handled it, but he just neglected her. Neglect of someone, of your spouse, is as painful as anything. So he wouldn't even look at her, wouldn't talk to her. And then Yashoda, on her behalf, Rohini went, and others, they're telling Krishna, even Dauji, Balaram, he said, oh, you should go to your mother. Krishna was not into it at all. Krishna was very upset and angry, would have none of it. What did he do?
Dauji was trying to pull him because he's stronger than Krishna, so he's like, come on, you have to go to Maya. And this time, Krishna was no. He pushed his elder brother, and Baladev fell. And he looked, and whoa.
He realized how upset Krishna was.
First of all, that he behaved like that to him, and then secondly, that he defeated him. So he was shocked. Oh, he's very upset.
Yes. But then Rohini
Didn't Nanda Baba at one point say, should I beat you?
Yeah. At one point, Nanda Baba said to Krishna, should I beat your mother? And Krishna's like, no.
He held his hand.
He held his hand, no. Like that. But then Rohini Maya came and was asking, how will you eat? Oh, Nanda Baba will feed me. Well, who will take care of you? Nanda Baba will take care. So Krishna just said that my father will take care of everything. I don't need my mother. And they kept trying in so many different ways. And then finally Rohini Maya said to Krishna, what will happen if...
And if your mother...
And if your mother should... And it's an implication. Gurudev said the words never came out, but if something should happen to your mother, basically. Krishna couldn't tolerate the idea of that. Immediately he just started wailing loudly, crying and calling out the name for his mother, Maya, Maya. Rohini immediately took Krishna and brought him to Yashoda and placed him in the lap of Yashoda, who was weeping loudly. And Yashoda covered him with her cloth and just began giving him her milk. And all the Brajabasis, everyone was weeping.
Nanda Baba, everyone was
seeing
crying.
This scene. Seeing this amazing scene. So there was a situation which was presented by Yogamaya, which enabled there to be the separation which increased the sweetness of their meeting millions and millions of times over.
Okay. Now we should sing any kirtan. I think we need to do, you want to do Shrita Kamala, but we also need to do Namami Nandanandana Radhakirtan.
Yeah, we have to do Shrita Kamala, and we have to do, it's going to be a lot of bhajans right now.
Yeah, we're going to do bhajans.
So Shrita Kamala, Kuchamandala, Dhrita Kundala, page 352.
6 hours are not long enough.
We're going to have to add an hour every year.
At least it's not long enough for us. It might be too long for everyone else.
So this is by Sri Jayadev Goswami from Gita Govinda, and it is glorifying Srimati Radhika in relationship with Krishna. It is so attractive that Jagannath Dev himself jumped off the altar and ran to that place ripping his own cloth to where that person was singing. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu forgot, I am a sannyasi or anything, and was running to the source of Gita Govinda to embrace whoever was singing. He was caught by his own servant Govinda, who stopped him. Don't, you're a sannyasi, and that's a lady singing. And he was like, what? Completely confounded. How attractive is this, and how pleasing is it to Krishna? Because it glorifies Srimati Radhika as the one who is, in essence, giving shelter to Krishna. So Krishna loves this kirtan. Gurudev would make sure to have it sung every single Janmashtami, first or last, but certainly this kirtan. So page 352 by Sri Jayadev Goswami, Shrita Kamala Kuchamandala. Do you want to lead it? No? Jai Jai Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Nanda Dulala Yashoda Dulala Jaya Jaya Deva Hare
Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Nanda Dulala Jaya Yashoda Dulala Jaya Jaya Deva Hare
Kamala Kucha Mandala Drita Kundala
Kamala Kucha Mandala Krita Kundala
Kalita Lalita Vandamala
Kalita Lalita Vanamala
Jaya Jaya Deva Hare
Kalita Lalita Vanamala Jaya Jaya Deva Hare
Dinamani Mandala Mandala Bhava Mandala
Namani Mandala Mandala
Muni Janamana Sahamsa
Muni Janamana Sahamsa
Jaya Jaya Deva Hare
Muni Janamana Sahamsa Jaya Jaya Deva Hare
Kaliya Vishwadhara Jandaran Jana
Kaliya Vishadhara Ganjana Janaranjana
Yadukula Narina Dinesha
Yadukula Nalina Dinesha
Jaya Jaya Deva Hare
Yadukula Nalina Dinesha Jaya Jaya Deva Hare
Madhumura Naraka Vinashana Garudasana
Madhumura Naraka Vinashana Garudasana
Surakula Keli Nidano
Surakula Keli Nidana
Jaya Jaya Deva Hare
Surakula Keli Nidana Jaya Jaya Jai. We didn't do Bandhu Sangha, we didn't.
Yeah, we're talking too much. We need to do more kirtans. Well,
sorry.
Speaking is the kirtan. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada. What?
No, you have to sing.
Oh, I just wanted to say that he said that the purpose of the bhajans or the singing, the kirtan, is to attract people to hear the Harikatha.
So the next bhajan will be
Madhurashtakam. Okay.
Or do we have enough? Should we do
Nandanandashtakam, Radha Sakhe Kalai Gaura Madaram?
But we didn't do Vrajajanamana.
But we'll do those three first. We'll do them together. Look, we're doing better than last year in terms of that. Okay. So, Sucharu Vaktra Mandalam, Sukarnaratna Kundalam. That is page 289 in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Guccha. And then that will be followed by Sri Radha Kripa Kartaksha Stavaraja.
Which is 2 pages back, 3 pages back.
Which is 2 or 3 pages back before that.
Oh, I'm not tired.
Right, 289. So, do you want me to put the Tampura? So we...
Yes, we keep going down. My voice changes the key. He's being nice. I'm messing up the bhajans. So together?
All together. And this is by an ancient prayer by an unknown Vaishnava author. But anyhow, this is pleasing to Srimati Radhika. Really, it is her vision of Krishna. So, Namami Nandanandanam, 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 Sucharu Vaktramandalam, Suvarnaratna Kundalam, Sucharchitam Gachandanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Sudirghanetra Pankajam, Shikishikandamudhajam, Tarangakoti Mohanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Silasikandamurtikam, Swachandadantapamtikam, Navambudantachitanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Karinavenuranjitam, Gatikarindraganjitam, Chukulakitashobhanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Divangadehasundaram, Nakaditi Sudhakaram, Amulyabhadabhushanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Sugandhayandashodabham, Muroviradhikoshubham, Surachivasalanchanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Bhavanasunadanam, Nirasanugavasasam, Surendra-garbhamochanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Vrajangana-shunayakam, Sadasutapradayakam, Jaganmana-pralobanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Shrivandanandanashakam, Patetya-shradhayamrita, Taredbhavatindushkaram, Yavekadangvinukmakam, Namami Nandanandanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Namami Nandanandanam. Next, we're going to, that was for Srimati Radhika to please her because that pleases Krishna. And this one is also to please Krishna. This is Sri Radha Kripkataksha Stavaraja, page 285. 285 And it says, spoken by Shiva in the Urdhvam Naya Tantra to Uma. But Srila Gurudev said, as Gopishwar Mahadev, he must have overheard this glorification of the beautiful divine form of Srimati Radhika from the mouth of Sri Rupa Manjari and is repeating it as Harikatha, that he couldn't have made this himself. So we should understand that this is the divine vision of Sri Rupa, seeing the beautiful form of Srimati Radhika and how she completely controls Krishna with her love and affection. So we'll sing this all together as well. Munindra Vrindavandite, page 285. Is this tone good enough? Is it too high?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Munindra Vrindavandite Triloka Shokaharini Prasanna Bhakta Pankaje Nikunja Bhuvilasini Rajendra Bhanurangini Rajendra Sulu Sangate Radhakarisha Srihama Kripakataksha Bhajanam Ashoka Vishavallari Pitana Manda
because we sing this in Kartik time, the urge is to sing Damodarashtakam right after.
Yeah.
It feels just like that.
I think because we sang to Mahaprabhu.
But we didn't sing Sake.
I know, but Kishori, time.
Yeah.
Look, let's do some Braj Kirtans also.
We have to speak some quick lila. Come on.
Okay, which one?
A quick one.
I have so many. You know what? Because this is the day of Krishna, and what makes him the happiest, Kishori Mohan Prabhu always repeats, what makes Krishna the happiest?
Srimati Radhika.
So what is our duty today? We must speak something about Srimati Radhika to please Krishna. So I know we've told this Leela many, many times. It's from Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj. And I think that this really encapsulates how we should behave, to always be in anugatya. So I just want
under
guidance. So I want to tell this before we finish going on with kirtans and arti, because as we know also, our Srila Gurudev would always try to please Krishna by telling anything about Srimati Radhika on this day, not just about him being born and all of those leelas, but what does he want to hear? As he began, Krishna is not in the hearts of the yogis, he's not in Vaikuntha, he's not where is he? He's where his glories are being told and sung. So because we're repeating the words of those who know him, who love him, who have that prema bhakti, then maybe he will be attracted to hear this too. Maybe he will become present for us. So Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj was explaining how important it is to be in anugatya, to be in line, under guidance. So he gave this beautiful leela. He was saying how when Krishna, first of all, there's two different rasa leelas. One is here in Vrindavan and one is in Govardhan. In Govardhan, this leela is particularly special because here in Vrindavan, when Krishna left, he just disappeared and all the gopis were confused. But in Govardhan, in that rasa sthali, what happened? Krishna, with everyone seeing, ran away running after Srimati Radhika, and everyone understood. All the gopis began to search for Krishna, and Krishna went to one particular place. He decided he wanted to show them something extraordinary. He went to that place called Paitagaon. Going there, Krishna, he was hiding from the gopis, but there he thought, they will come looking for me and I'll show them something incredible. So he became like Narayan, and instead of his two-armed form, he had 4 arms. 2 came like out of his stomach. Paita means stomach.
Pait means stomach.
Pait. So 2 arms came out, and he had 4 arms like Narayan, and he was standing there very majestic. All the gopis were searching, where is Krishna? They were asking the trees, the deers, the creeper. They were asking all, where is Krishna? Finally, they come upon this astonishing form of Narayan. They weren't impressed. They just looked and said, oh, Narayan, where is our beloved? Where is the Lord of our life? Where is Krishna? And they offered their pranam and they continued searching. But just then, Srimati Radhika Thakurani came into that very place. And as she came into this Paitagaon, into this atmosphere, all of a sudden a soft breeze blew past her body, and carrying the scent of her body to Krishna. When he smelt the beautiful fragrance of Radhika's form, he could no longer maintain 4 arms. Immediately 2 arms went in, and he became this Tribangalalit. He immediately had his threefold bending form, Shama Sundar.
He felt, now my life has become successful.
And he thought, now my life has become successful. Standing there in his most beautiful, attractive form. This has been the running theme of our celebration. How one loves Krishna, he reciprocates. We we probably wouldn't recognize him. I love my dog, I love my husband, I love my cats, I love my dishes, I love my sari, whatever. We love everything else, and Krishna's in there because he's supposed to be maybe. So what would we recognize? How would he appear to us? But those who love him, really love him, he must reciprocate. But Srimati Radhika, her prema is so extraordinary and so high that it completely controlled Krishna. His form changed immediately, and he became his most beautiful form. Our Gurudev said that Krishna knows his most attractive pose. He knows when he looks the best. Otherwise, why would he show that form? Srila Gurudev said he stands in this three Bangalalit because, in this three Bangalalit, because I'm looking there, because his fingernails are lighting up his face like so many moons. It's brightening everything. And his chest is becoming very broad, and his waist is very thin, and he's very, very crooked.
Like a lion.
Like a lion. Very thin, stealth. So he knows his best pose, and as soon as Srimati Radhika, he does this, and she stands in front of him. Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj explained that those gopis that went ahead of Srimati Radhika searching for Krishna on their own, they became somewhat cheated. They weren't able to see this beautiful form. But those Sakhis and Manjaris, maidservants of Srimati Radhika, who were walking along with her and behind her, they not only got to see this most astonishing, even Mother Yashoda doesn't know this form. Krishna's Sakhas don't have the darshan of this kind of form. This form is meant to reciprocate with Srimati ji. So she's standing in front of him and he's reciprocating with her. She immediately begins to reciprocate with him, and she becomes more and more astonishing. Madan Mohan Mohini. She becomes more and more spellbinding to him. He immediately has to reciprocate. So he said a transcendental competition was taking place, and those gopis, Sakhis and Manjaris who were with Srimati Radhika and walking behind her, they not only got to see this amazing form of Krishna, of Shama Sundar, but they got to see Srimati Radhika and her reciprocation, and they got to see the love between Radha and Madha. So he explained that it is always very, very important to be in anugatya. Otherwise, we may be cheated. We may cheat ourselves. But if we are always under guidance, following in the line of our Gurudev and our Guru Varga, then we are always safe. Then in that way, whether we are capable of receiving that darshan or not, if we are in anugatya, automatically those sprinkles of mercy will also touch us. If we go on our own, away from our Gurudev, away from the line of thought, the moods, the words, and the conceptions of our Gurudev and our Guru Varga, then we will be thrown off the path into oblivion. Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj says this. He also added forever. So we should be very, very careful to always try to be in anugatya. And what is that? It is our goal. What is our goal? Shama Sundara Shikanda Shekhara Smera Hasa Murali Manohara Radhikara Sikamam Kripanithe Swapriya Charana Kinkarim Kuru.
This is what we should be asking Krishna, because he's giving on this day and tomorrow, Anandotsav.
Gurudev would say, if Krishna himself were to stand in front of you, this is the prayer that you should call out. If you go to Radhakund, to Shamakund, to Govardhan, to Varshana, to Vrindavan, to anywhere, those places are transcendental, and who knows what personality is also hearing our prayer. This is the prayer that we are asking for.
If he were to ever stand in front of you and say, what do you want? This is it.
He may try to make you a queen in Dwarka otherwise.
Yes. Shyam Sundar Shikhanda Shekhara. This is by Vithalacharya. So he's saying, O Shyam Sundar, who has crest of peacock feathers on your head. Smedahasa, who is smiling so slightly and sweetly. Murali Manohara, who is holding a murali, a flute to his lips, and Manohara, meaning he's stealing the minds of everyone. If you can give me anything, Krishna's on this day ready to give because it's his birthday. So he's giving. Radhika rasikamang kripanidhe svapriya charana kinkaring kuru. Radhika rasikamang kripanidhe. Please be merciful to me and give me the service. Kinkari bhav means what can I do?
Gurudev would say it means what to do, what to do. Is there any seva?
Kim kuru, what can I do, what can I do? This is dasyam, seva bhav. Svapriya, your own nearest and dearest, Srimati Radhika, please, charana kinkaring kuru, please give me this service, this kinkari bhav at the feet of your dear most beloved Srimati Radhika. This is the prayer to ask Krishna. If he ever stands in front of you, and especially on a day like today and tomorrow, where he's saying, it's my birthday, I'll give you whatever you want, we should have this kind of mood. Very clear, very exact.
When we would go to Jamuna to make our sankalpa, he would say this prayer. When we would go anywhere, he would make sure that this was our prayer. Even if it wasn't, we repeated it. Gurudev was standing there. We were in anugatya. We were protected from our own thoughts and desires. Gurudev would say, Giriraj is listening. Even if you make your prayer at the foot of Giriraj, all that area is Giriraj. So as you're doing your parikrama, as you're walking, getting a lassi, doing all these things, Giriraj is listening.
Right behind you, walking and listening. What are you desiring?
What do you really want? He won't just give so cheaply anything. So Giriraj is listening. What really is your desire? Oh yes, you can have that. But very rare that someone is asking for this mood. So we are always trying to be an anugatya, whether we're deserving or not, whether we really know what it is or not, even if we're not hankering for it. Hankering for it. This is the prayer, and this is anugatya. This will keep us protected from our own selfish identities, and it will help us to pray for the eternal relationship of our Atma to Krishna, to Srimati Radhika.
So now what bhajan were you going to sing?
Well, we've got Madhurastakam, Vraja Janamana, but there's Mohan. Oh, there were the other ones, the Braj bhajans too, the Anupama Madhuri.
You don't want to sing this one first? Or is it too long?
I think it's too long. Look, we have less than a half hour. I swear we're going to have to start at noon next year. I don't swear, but I swear. All right, which one? Vraja Janamana, because it's Gurudev's?
After.
Okay, what's the other one? Mohana Pyare.
Not Mohana Pyare.
Sakire Mere Mana. I don't know if you have this.
They can find it. You can find it in KK songs. Sakire Mere Mana Abhilasha Hoy Madana Mohana Ke Gunagao.
Noon is good. We'll try.
I can't even pronounce it right now. What page is that? It's page 7 in this book. Do you all have this book? We still have it. This one is in a mint condition.
Yashte, do you think you could find it in KK songs, Krishna's songs?
KK songs.
KK songs? Sakire Mere Mana. Oh, he got it. So if everyone will look at the bottom of the chat section, Yashte is posting all of the bhajans that we're doing, and so he's posted. Nope. This is Shama Sundashakam Shekhar.
We'll find it.
Ow. Sorry. Ow.
Okay.
Wait. Sorry.
You like it, sir?
Yeah, the cramp.
Oh, sorry. Where's your card though?
Over here.
Sakiri mere manaya bhilasha hoy Madana Mohan ke guna gao. Sakiri mere manaya bhilasha hoy Madana Mohan ke guna gao. Sakiri mere manaya bhilasha
Sorry guys, they couldn't find it, I think.
I don't know.
Oh.
Not in our last darshan. Braja Janamana Sukakari.
Braja Janamana Sukakari.
Radhe Shyam Shyama Shyam. I'm gonna go for it in this book.
Because it changes page, right?
Yes.
There's something weird. Yeah.
Braja Janamana Sukakari. Radhe Shyam Shyama Shyam. And that is page 366 in our Shiguri Gita Kucha by our Srila Gurudev Sriman Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. That one or just normal?
Normal, otherwise
You can read it. Okay, so Radhe Brajajana Manasukakari. Ah, there it is. Okay.
12 o'clock came so fast. Can you do it?
I can try. Shri Radhe Brajajana Manasukakari Radhe Shyam Shyama Shyam
Shri Radhe Brajajana Manasukakari
Name Shri
Radhe
Radhe
Shyam.
So, in less than a minute, we're going to sing Nanda Ke Ananda Bhayo.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki. And then we're going to do
Hati
Archie.
Gora Palaki.
Jai
Jai
Kanhaiya
Kanhaiya
Lal
Lal
Ki.
Ki. Because that's what they do and what they did.
And then we're going to open up the cucumber. And then we're going to do Arti. And our schedule tomorrow is that we're going to Gopinath Bhavan. So just so you know, we won't be doing a program ourselves.
Maybe in the evening if we're
Can
not.
you bring this so that we can
Yes.
open it and you can blow the conch? Is
The whole
it
table?
time?
Which conch? This little one? Is
It's
that-
12. It's 12. The big one. The big one. The big one's the
This
conch.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, here. So.
Jai Kanhaiya.
Hati Gora Palaki.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Hati Gora Palaki.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Hati Goda Pal Ki.
Nanda Ke Ananda Bhayo.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Hati Gora Palaki.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal. Bring the camera so they can see.
Yeah, 1 second. Oh, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second.
We're really not good at this.
Well, we've got a lot of stuff going at the same time. Okay, 1 second. I'm unplugging everything. Okay, she's unveiling now. Where's the big con show? Why didn't you bring out Param Gurudev's? Okay.
There's Param Gurudev's here.
1 second.
Here, this is Param Gurudev's conch.
Yeah, this one sounds different.
Okay, go.
Okay,
go, go,
ready?
go. Here, you do it and I'll show. I'm so sorry.
Nanda Ke Ananda Bhayo.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Hati Gora Palaki.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Nanda Ke Ananda Bhayo.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Hati Gora Palaki.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Nanda Ke Ananda Bhayo.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Hati Gora Palaki.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Nanda Ke Ananda Bhayo.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki.
Hati Gora Palaki.
Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki. Where's my lighter? There it is.
Ah. I think I'll just keep it right about there. Can you all see the baby? I don't think so.
You don't need to film me. They could just see.
No, but they
the
need to
Archie.
see the baby.
Yeah. I'm
There
just
we go.
saying, do it on them. It's fine.
All right. Wait. Okay, I don't want to lose anybody in the
Okay,
picture.
guys, we're doing arti now. Join.
Jai Yashomati
Yashomati
Nandana Brajabarana Gokula Ranjana Kano Yashomati Nandana Brajabarana Gokula Ranjana Gopi Parano Dhana Madana Manohara Gopi Parano Dhana Madana Manohara Kaliya Damana Vidano
Kaliya Damana Vidano.
O Yashomati Nandana Brajabaranagar Gokula Janamashtami ki
Jai!
So, don't we do the Govinda Madhaveti first?
Sure, but let them know what our plans are tomorrow, so that.
Okay. So tomorrow we plan to go to Gopinath Bhavan in the morning for Srila Prabhupada's festival, Sri Nandotsav, and Srila Prabhupada's appearance festival. So I don't know if we will be doing
Having our own program
here tomorrow because we're going to be with a bunch of devotees. But certainly we will be doing something for Sri Radhastami.
Radhastami, please join us.
So if we will be doing something tomorrow, we will let you know. So tentatively we will see you tomorrow. Or if not from here, then from there. So, okay.
Okay. Govinda Damodara Madhaveti Govinda Damodara Madhaveti Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. Look at, he's got his mother Yashoda on his cloth. Dara Madhaveti Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe Bol Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe.
Shri Dino Bihari Ju ki
Jai 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 Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe
Shri
Sham
Krishna Janamashtami ki
Jai
Now coming into Sri Nandotsava ki
Jai Srila Prabhupada
Mahotsava ki
Jai
Gaura Bhaktivedanta
Ki Jai
Jai Gaura Premanande
Hari Hari Bol. Dear Vaishnavas, as you know, when you spend time with us, we realize that you're paying for that time with your life. So thank you so much for spending these 6 hours with us, remembering the teachings of our Gurudev and our Guru Varga, and some of the sweet pastimes of Krishna. We only got to like 4 of them, but we had about 20. So next time, maybe we will start at noon. So Dandavat Pranam, beautiful Vaishnavas. Thank you for spending this time of your life with us. We are very, very indebted to all of you.
So Chiviriamo Domani
Jivriamo domani. Hasta mañana. Kal milenge. Tat morgen. Bis morgen. Nitai havla. Ikiritoyas. Ateya maya. I have to bathe them now. Mata ashita. Tasaftra.
Nitai Bangla
Radhe Radhe Sham. Happy Janmashtami. Happy Nandotsav.
Radhe
Radhe Radhe.